Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. You probably didn't even hear the song. Fucking hell, OBS has to be retarded now. Anyways, as I was saying, it's good to be back here, everyone. It's good to be back. It's been a while since I've last done one of these streams, and I knew something would go wrong. I fucking knew it. But like you said, Rexus, we do have some sad news, and that's Big Bungie got banned off of YouTube. So before we even get started with the show proper, though of course I have to grab my booze and everything, and of course I before we even get started with the funeral service for Big Bungie's YouTube channel, I do have to post the links to people. So let me just send the links out to people, and then we'll get started with the funeral service for Big Bungie's YouTube channel. Probably a rather controversial title I picked, but it's fine. You know. I didn't use AC's thumbnail, sadly enough. I still want to be relatively serious. I might change it after, but okay, now I posted it to my ex. Okay, I'm actually gonna do this part sober before I start drinking. Come on. I don't know why it's still there. Unless it just kind of is like a timer thing. Then that's probably a VTube Studio issue. I won't tread on you, I'll goon on you. Welcome, AC. Welcome. Alrighty, so we have a funeral service for the legendary YouTuber Big Bungie, who took the channel name H3H3 Podcast Highlights and made Ethan Klein very mad. We have here. Let me move myself over, or let me move my. No. There we go. Let me move myself over. Yeah, actually, I like it here better. So that way you can see Rexus's channel. He's a loyal viewer of mine. He made this short little 33-second video. Let's watch it. He still has his Rumble channel, but there's not much stuff on it. There really isn't that much stuff on his Rumble channel compared to when he was really making like YouTube videos. It really is a sad day. That really was a sad day too, because like you said, Rexus, he was easily one of the best edgy YouTubers in years. Like he was very reminiscent of one of the best eras on YouTube, if I'm being honest, in terms of like edgy content. Like that would be like 2015, 2016. Like he would Bungie's some of Bungie's jokes were easily some of the best in modern YouTube history. Cuz also he like not only did he say gamer words, but also like the way he was making jabs against the people he was talking about. man, oh man. It really is a shame that he's gone, because every time he uploaded, I couldn't help but just laugh. Like he really did help me get through my time living in my apartment for grad school when I was still taking classes in person, because it was like it's nice knowing that there's somebody out there that's still reminiscent of the good old days on YouTube. But it would seem, and this is a theory that one of my other stream mods, El Sheffo, has, that just a bunch of fanboys of the TV show The Boys decided to mass report Bungie's Boys videos, and that's what got him taken down. It's a real shame. but at least we have re-uploads, and who knows? I'm going to be an optimist about this. Bungie's channel will be back. I think it might have been a genuine mistake. I think if we... I think, you know, we kind of campaign YouTube on Twitter to give Bungie his channel back. I think something might actually happen. That's just the optimist in me speaking. But, let's see. I found about it from Puar is Sexy, by the way. Gotcha. The Synthetic Man Clip channel. Yeah, that's a good channel. Go subscribe to Puar is Sexy. He has an alt account named Nega Bungie. That's also hilarious. Man. Rest in peace, Bungie's main channel, I guess. That's fine. Alrighty. We'll get back. I'm just gonna get my booze real quick, then we'll get started with the show proper. Okay, Scurvy is back. I got my booze right here. My water bottle to the right of me. Let's get started, faggots. Alrighty. So, tonight on the ScurvyRum show, we're bringing back the main headline segments tonight. At least for this episode. I don't know about the next one. So, what defines a centrist libertarian? We're going to be going over an X post about Madam Savvy being a fucking retard, as per usual. And then we have a video segment, New Ray's Silly Centrist Nonsense by What the Egad. And then for our regular cancellation, Short Fat Otaku, because fuck Dev. I don't like that guy. So, with that being said, before we get to the main headline, I'm gonna take a little nip. I'm gonna have a nip of rum here. Whew. Alrighty, so as I was saying, what is a centrist libertarian? Well, if you know what a centrist is, somebody who is rather on the fence when it comes to political issues, they tend to be rather spineless individuals, if you ask me, because they tend to love having the fence so far shoved up their ass that it's like, oh, well, the conservatives say this, so I have to have the opposite of this, but the liberals say this, so that means I have to have the opposite of this. But in reality, what used to make somebody a centrist, and I think I might have defined it like this before, is, you'd have, like, in general, you're moderate on most issues, but you're extreme on some issues, and you might lean more right, extreme right, and other issues, you might lean more extreme left. Either way, it's not a very consistent ideology, because first, if you go up against, let's just say you are that kind of centrist, you're more moderate on most issues, but you're extreme right on one issue and you're extreme left on another. Generally speaking, a skilled debater will know how to exploit that to make you look the fool. And That's usually what happens. Now, a libertarian, on the other hand, you guys know about libertarians. You guys watch the show. Scurvy has some libertarian attitudes. And the thing is, libertarianism on its own is not bad at all. I'm very much like, individual liberty. Even in a monarchist system, you still have individual liberties that is granted to you by the king and also by God. That's the thing. If the king is submitting to God first and foremost, then it's like he'll most likely have good intentions when it comes to ruling. If he doesn't, or is faking his devotion, those are the monarchies that tend to turn to shit. But in general, it's like, I'm with y'all in terms of individual freedoms. It's like, we should be able to defend ourselves. We should be able to be free to do what we like within reason. This is the difference between left-leaning libertarians and right-leaning libertarians, is that right-leaning libertarians, they understand that it's like, do what you like, but do it within reason. Like, it's unreasonable. If something is unreasonable, then they'll object to it. Like, like Troon surgeries. The right-leaning libertarians will object to that, at least when it comes to children. They tend to be more lax on it when it comes to adults. Me, on the other hand, I'm not like that at all. I think they shouldn't even be happening at all. Or, hold on, let me rephrase that. They should not be happening at all. Meanwhile, the left-leaning libertarians, they tend to be more of like, do what you like, as long as it feels good and it's legal. And as we all know, laws can change. And so they're not really so the left-leaning libertarian isn't really restrained by anything. The right-leaning libertarian is restrained by, they tend to be Christian, so they tend to be restrained by Christian ethics. But the left-leaning ones, those tend to be like atheists. So they're not really bound by any sort of moral code. But what happens when you combine centrists and libertarians together? You just get a whole mess of political positions that don't really have any cohesive sense. Like, they tend to be very inconsistent. And as soon as you point out those inconsistencies, they really don't know how to respond to them. And that's what we're going to be learning about more. And how does this relate to ultimately what I'm trying to talk about? So many people who I thought were on the right wing, right? A lot of culture war personalities that I actually like and respect, or I did like and respect. But these days I'm a little bit more apprehensive, a little bit more critical, at least with some of them, especially with someone like Madame Savvy. But before we get to the video, I will read the chat a little bit. I hate Mad Tech, and I barely had any respect for morale anymore. Mad Tech is a normie centrist, and morale is a pseudo-centrist. Libertarianism was once a right-wing thing. Case in point, classical liberalism. Libertarian socialism's name doesn't make sense. Socialism is pro-authoritarianism, while libertarianism is anti-authoritarianism. Correct, Rexus. And AC says cuck-servatives. Yeah, the libertarian right-wingers, they, unless they're, diehard monarchists, which, libertarianism and monarchism don't exactly mix. QC, you passed my comments. I didn't see your I didn't see some of your comments. Unless you commented, before the show started. Or maybe YouTube just didn't, just oh, why? I don't know. Could be a YouTube thing, QC. Also, let's see. D-Man and Green Linux Penguin, how are you guys doing? And Zombie Bomb, how y'all doing? Alrighty, let's continue on with the main headline. Canadians cancel. I got some news in terms of our territory up north. I'm joking. Alrighty, let's continue the main headline. Oh, Canadians cancel visits to the U.S. Just turn on all messages, Scurvy. That's how I'm able to read QCQC. Let's see. I don't mind doing some YouTube things, unless it's a settings. If it's like, wait, oh shit, there's pop-out chat. That's really handy. Why did I just learn about this? Just go to chat. Scurvy's acting like a boomer right now. Okay, I am at chat. I assume mate participants. No, not there. I'll worry about it later, Rexus. I'll worry about it later. But don't worry, I could see your messages now, QC. The icon is the icon to the right. Okay, I might have to go to my YouTube Studio thing. Okay, live chat. Okay. I see your comments. I see your comments now. Thank you, Rexus. Now I'll put pop out back. I did not know this feature existed. Like, sorry for wasting your guys' time, but I genuinely did not know that this feature even existed. Like that's crazy. Okay, let me just put chat over here so I can actually read. Oh wait. Okay, show. So we have this video here from What the Egad. Centrist Libertarians are woke. Oh wait, I forgot I have chat on my phone too. I'm retarded. Yeah, I'll just probably leave chat here. Oh wait, let me turn down the video for a second.
It's so strange how all the anti-woke grifters are heavily defending this.
Anyways, do explain your thoughts on Canadians canceling U.S. visits. I think they're being just a bunch of bitches right now. It's like, oh, America's trying to annex us. Let's say fuck you to the Americans by canceling our visit. But it's like, that's not really gonna do anything. There's plenty of other tourists that come from all over the world that come in greater numbers. It's not gonna impact our tourism industry. That's a simple explanation I could provide.
Like I said, I've given my theory several times. I'm sticking with it. That theory being that they don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right because they're not actually right-wing. They're centrist libertarians. They don't want to be banned from YouTube. They know they can't say racist, sexist, whatever shit.
Actually, hold on. Let me just. I'll just restore chat. I know on my phone it's a little different, but I'll probably check in here until I don't know. It's fucking weird.
I'll say whatever weird. I think. I don't give a fuck. Unless it's like blatantly gonna get me banned, of course. But I've said it on stream. I've said the stuff on stream for sure. But yeah, they're not right wing. They're like centrist libertarian types who are just parroting the common opinion back to people.
Culture went so far left, and now that it's correct.
Honestly, in my opinion, and I forgot where I heard this from in terms of the whole pendulum analogy, but like if you put your hands on that fucking pendulum, you are taking a stance. You are saying to people like me who actually want to see a real shift in the culture, if you're trying to prevent me from using my hands to move the pendulum to the right and prevent it from moving left, I don't know what to say, but chances are you might be an enemy to me. Like, you're trying to inhibit on my goal on wanting a better culture, for America and for the West. So naturally, I'm going to be in conflict with those who seek to, try to keep the pendulum from moving right. Let's see. And remember, Dotard. Joe Bunyan is "Long live the king that's not listening." I do remember Dotard's phrase. "Long live the king that's not listening." Yep. I do remember that phrase.
Itself back to the middle. The pushback on the left ideology is harder, so everyone is hypersensitive to anything perceived even remotely woke. Correct. What we don't need is an overcorrection to the.
No, we do. We absolutely do. The reason why we need that overcorrection largely has to do with the fact that things have gotten so degenerate as they are because because things are so left-wing on the political spectrum, that this needs to happen if humanity is to prosper. If we as a species are going to prosper, we need to, we need this overcorrection back to the far right. And it needs to stay there. But what someone like Az here wants, and I've been pretty charitable to Az in the past, and I still stand by what I said, in terms of the whole Starfield pronoun rant. I still stand by that. He's correct in that. But I think he's wrong here in the sense that it's like, oh, we just want everything to go back to 2014. But do you know what happened in 2014? That's when these activists really started to get a foothold in the gaming industry. And so we'd just be repeating the same goddamn thing over and over and over again. And throwing D around at the bar is not a charity event. That is true. Yep. I assume you're talking about all the drag queen shows that were marketed towards children. Pure Weimar Germany type shit. Yeah, I assume that's what you mean. Yeah, that does not qualify as a charity event.
To the fucking far right.
They don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right because they're not actually right wing. They're centrist libertarians. They don't want to be banned from YouTube. They know they can't say racist, sexist, whatever shit.
Because do you know what?
And then also, in terms of that regard, they'd be out of a job. They'd be out of a job if the right actually won the culture war. Really, in terms of people who by the time all this culture war shit ends, when it comes to just gaming or hell entertainment as a whole, but you could even apply this to beyond entertainment and also apply it to politics. The centrist libertarian types would be out of a job if the culture shift actually happened. There's only very few people that wouldn't be out of a job, and that's because they stated as much that it's I have other things to do aside from this culture war stuff. Let's see. Sorry, I got distracted. I will read your question. Accost. Do you use that slogan to encourage your viewers about the dangers of leftist elitists? What slogan? And I didn't see your other chat because you deleted it. You're gonna have to remind me of the slogan, unless it is something that Synthetic Man said in earlier on. Anyways, there's only very few people who are kind of on my side of the culture war issue that could actually do something with their shows and their channels or whatnot when all this stuff ends. But most of them don't. And so they kind of rely on, they're still relying very much on all this woke media to be made in the first place so they could talk about it and make money from it. But what happens when the media starts becoming more like, back to, right-wing standards? It's like, are you just gonna, what are they gonna do? Chances are, if they really want to stick around, they're gonna have to grift towards the left, whatever the left may be, by the time a proper far-right takeover happens.
What the far left and the far right have in common? They're both very pro-censorship.
No. The left is pro-censorship. The right is pro-standards. There's a difference between censorship and having standards. I've outlined that in my Goonergate video. I would rather have, I don't think it's right for, I know this is a rather recent controversy. It involves the video game Xenoblade X and its re-release on Nintendo Switch. And Nintendo of America told Monolith Soft to implement these changes. That is censorship. That is not within Nintendo. That should not be what Nintendo of America's jurisdiction should be. Their main job is to, make sure the sales of Nintendo products do well in America, and also properly translate games and all that other stuff to an American market. And so what does that mean? Naturally, because Nintendo games are directed towards a younger audience, and American standards are different than Japanese ones, right? They are going to tailor, the game to fit the to appeal to the American market, but also not take away the soul that the original game had. And so, there's that. But now, Nintendo of America is way overstepping its boundary. It's it's one thing to not have gay marriage in Fire Emblem Awakening, right? Some would say it's censored. Some would say that is censorship. But also, to my knowledge, I believe Intelligent Systems made that decision because they knew if this were to be in the American market, it would cause outrage. So I don't think that's Nintendo of America overstepping its boundaries. And even at that time, for when Fire Emblem Awakening came out, that's when a lot of this woke stuff really started to ramp up, even in Nintendo of America. There was that quote unquote localizer who was also a whore. The company found out and she got fired. I'm blanking on her name right now, but I don't think it really matters all that much. Yeah, but sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Rexus says, I asked that question. What will I do with my channel after this era of psychopolitics, after the culture war? And Night Llama, hey man, how's it going? I started off with, what does free speech mean? Now we got the thought police and wrongthink. That's what happens whenever the culture shifts leftwards, because it starts out with good intentions, right? Sensitivity. Maybe we should be more empathetic as a population, but then it always turns into what we're experiencing now, time in memoriam.
They're like centrist libertarian types who are just parroting the common opinion back to people. We don't want a swing in the opposite direction. We want like a nice little swing here,
That's not how pendulums work, especially in terms of culture and all that. Vitus, how's it going, man? I would use the Dotar Joe Bunyan.
That's what we want. A nice little swing here. We don't want it to go up here.
Free speech is just say whatever you want to whoever you want, just no death threats. Yeah, that's how it should be. Oh, no fighting words either. There's out of everywhere in the world, the American First Amendment grants the most amount of free speech rights on planet Earth. There's very few things you can't say. Like you can't say fighting words. You also can't really say. You also can't say like fire in a crowded theater when there is no fire. So speech that's intended to cause panic. Gee, I wonder what that sounds like. Who employs those kinds of tactics?
It's here. It's coming down. We don't want it to go. Oh, no, we don't want it to go up here.
Well, again, that's why the Overton window discussion keeps coming up, because if you compare Kingdom Come 2 to, like, Dragon Age Veilguard, of course Dragon Age Veilguard's way more woke, but that's, again, how a retard looks at things. How a smart person looks at things is they just analyze the media in front of them and try and see, okay, this is obviously trying to push this message, et cetera, et cetera. You know,
so for context, this is taken from one of Synthetic Man's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 streams. And if you guys been paying attention to like my posts on X regarding the topic, yeah, I'm not exactly a fan of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And yes, it is a woke game. Solely, even though, option is not a good argument. It's in the game. Why is it in there? What purpose does it have for the story? And people can't answer that. I ask them those questions, and they can't answer them properly. They never give a sufficient answer to those questions, and they say just some bullshit thing of artistic expression and artistic freedom, but it's just like, no, it's in the game. Why is it in the game? It doesn't make sense for the period. And there's no, even if it was in the game, like, there's no fucking consequences for you sleeping with a man. Hey, Pickle. Hey, guys. Your wife's parrot learned a new word. That's awesome. Is it a slur? I have to ask. The first thing I have to ask is it a slur? Night Llama says, Kingdom Come 2 woke? How so? The Henry and Hans gay romance that just doesn't make any fucking sense, even in the context of the story. Ramon, that's the parrot's name, learned the G word. Ooh, lovely.
leftists have no problem doing that with anything vaguely right-wing. They will absolutely analyze any message, no matter how harmless it might seem.
Wait, that G word, it's gringo, right? That's what I'm thinking, gringo.
For, normalizing such crazy things as, like, men being physically superior to women or any number of things like that.
We just want a nice little balance, a nice little wibble wobble, yeah?
Oh, he knows the word goy. That's awesome, Pickle. Correct, Rexus. You said it. You said it correct. And honestly, like, I don't know why Warhorse is like, and I mean, I know, at the time, it's like, people did get married younger. No, Pickle, that's incorrect. And no, it wasn't John Delarose. He didn't make anything up. You could literally find it in the first game. Like, Synthetic Man played through the first game many times. His recent playthrough, it's like, yeah, he commented on this too. He was right. Synthetic Man is vindicated yet again. But no, even in the first game story, like, Synthetic Man brought this up in his Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 review in regards to the unfitting Henry and Hans gay romance section. Hans was very much, underage in the game story. So that's final. And even in you know, having done some research on who he was based on, it's like, yeah, at around that time, like Hans, or however you say his actual Czechoslovakian name, because I don't know Czech for the life of me. Yeah, he was underage at around that time. Like, for a game that's supposed to be about historical accuracy, it's not very historically accurate. No, Pickle, I've done some research on Hans and who he was in life. And you and I, we both know how to read history papers. Like, and just how to read history in general. Like, you gotta do your own research, man. Like, actual research. And I've done my research on this. I don't exactly have the sources on hand. I wish. I wasn't exactly prepared, but yeah, and the whole DLC thing, I found that kind of weird. Yeah, Choppy Head goes not the 1600s night, for the 1400s. This is 1400 Bohemia.
A little bit of liberalism, you know, a little bit of conservatism. Just a nice little fucking wibbly wobbly. Nice.
That's not how the world works, as. Orange, the game has a section where you could read. Yeah, the codex. I know about the codex. But the thing is, the codex doesn't really list. The codex doesn't exactly list its sources, okay? So you have to do a little bit of digging beyond the game codex. Like, don't get me wrong, the hotfix is it's a strong, you know, the fact that they had to do the hotfix is a very strong argument for my side of the argument. That there was something that was up, and people called it out. As a matter of fact, I remember, like, the family of of Hans, you know, his long descendants, or whatever term you'd use for that. I'm not thinking of the term on me right now, but there was a reason why they were going to be suing Warhorse. I remember that. A Fuda lover synth is, but you gotta actually look at his arguments. And no, chances are, like, look, Pickle, I know, I don't like John De La Rose either. And I definitely think he messed up in some regards of the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 thing, but once people actually started doing, like, mainly, you know, this video's creator, What the EGAT, he was doing, like, damn good research on this matter. Not even just on a argumentation manner, but also on the historical manner, too. And EGAT he's kind of like me in that regard. He's very much like, his code of ethics is Christian ethics. Also, no, Daniel Vavra did not. Also, you know that Synth isn't on Twitter, right? You do know that. And so Synth even addressed this, and he was like, no, that was, like, he did not get owned. He really didn't. That's such cope, Pickle. I gotta tell you, that is kind of a cope.
Nice little balance.
Anyways.
They don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right. They're centrist libertarians. They're like centrist libertarian types who are just parroting.
Also, he loves Mike Hurd. And yes, Rexus, that's also true. Daniel Vavra is indeed Jewish.
The common opinion back to people.
Oh, yes it does, Llama. Yes it does. Assassin's Creed Shadows has a lot of funny memes behind it. Yasuke. The fact that Yasuke was somebody who, like, in the form that the game presents Yasuke in, didn't exist. Yasuke, as he was portrayed in Assassin's Creed Shadows, and by that Jew who wrote that book, never existed. Yasuke was basically a slave in that period. He was not this he was not this super cool samurai guy who just so happened to be black. No, that's historically inaccurate. He served his time, then he fucked off back to Portugal. That's who Yasuke was. He was a retainer. He was basically like a slave. Yasuke makes all the vendors bring out the watermelon. That's hilarious. But honestly, Assassin's Creed Shadows is such a mess. It really is. It really fucking is. But I'd say we have the general gist of kind of what I'm talking about here. Basically, the centrist libertarian types, they don't actually, and we didn't even get to the best part of the video where he was really showing like you know, the worth a buy stuff and all that. But in general, I hope you guys got the idea. When I say centrist libertarian, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. And it's not even just about the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 stuff, but that seemed to have been quite the litmus test, so to speak. But Pickle. Well, that part is historically accurate, says Night Llama in regards to Pickle's comment. Alrighty, let's put some music on for this next part because we're probably gonna be here for a while. Not this, but perfect. Radiant silver gun music. Perfect. We'll just turn it down. Alrighty. Actually, we've got to turn it down a little further. Perfect. Alrighty. So let's get to our next segment, shall we? Just gonna take a few swigs of my my alcoholic lemonade here. There we go. So we have this post here from Madam Savvy. We're gonna read through this post here in its entirety, then we're gonna dissect it. Sound good? I was watching vids on that game months ago. Assassin's Creed Shadows or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Let's see. So let's read this quote. I remember seeing it and I was like, oh, I have to read this this post because it's just so retarded. So in case you guys don't know, Radiant Silvergun. Yes, I plan on playing it soon. People are generally over being told what to do with creativity. Antis are constantly put in their place and ripped to shreds now. Korean and Chinese developers and artists are pushing the limits. The Japanese artists have block lists based on certain flags and words. All the AI police who make false claims get shut down. I've seen a slight return of darker fiction and people being more open about it. Moral busybodies all being verbally slapped back in their place brings me joy. As I've said for the last year, fiction does not need regulation. Criticize things, but if you're mentally ill and ruining your day over something and telling artists what they can and can't draw, you need to have some agency and get off the internet. Forcing change, co-opting IP and characters, calling it something problematic when it isn't, none of it is being tolerated. Keep that safe space bullshit in the asylum. Let fiction flow free. AI art, the AI art goated. The cope is unreal on Twitter. That to me is just as much cope as to say, I know both of you guys. I think you guys are gonna have quite the fun arguments in the chat. But alrighty, let's go over this post. So we read it now. So before I go over it line by line, I'm just gonna say my general thoughts on this. This is peak centrist libertarian style writing. Because, first off, I don't even know what the fuck Savvy is talking about here, and she got the award of Journalist of the Year at the Real Game Awards, and she can't even make her point clear. I thought good journalists are supposed to make their arguments and points clear. but I don't know who the fuck she's directing this to. Is she directing this to the religious right, such as myself? Or is she directing it towards the woke left, who are actually the censorious types? I don't know who this is directed to. And then also, this last line, let fiction flow free. You should have really extrapolated on this line. Like, something like in terms of writing an article, this would be the hook to it. Or the title, let fiction flow free. That's actually a damn good title if you ask me, but you're using it as a conclusionary statement, which I don't think that's exactly a word, but it's a conclusion statement that doesn't really make sense, and you're just kind of like you're leading people on, but you're not really. You're trying to end the post there when you could have went in deeper on your thoughts. I mean, you have a Substack. I mean, you have a Substack page. But let's go over this post line by line now. People are generally over being told what to do with creativity. Okay. I mean, in general, there's been a lot of backlash towards, like, a lot of leftist co-opting in terms of, like, properties, whether it's in the West or in Japan. I mean, an example that I could point to would be, Guilty Gear. I could tell that, if they were to bring Bridget into Strive, they'd have to make him some form of troon. That way they could sell the game in China. But I also did see a post earlier today from Savvy talking about how much she loves China. Yeah, I could pull that up right now too before we continue with this. So let me just look through my. I know it's one of my more recent notification thingies. So okay. Oh wait, wrong thing. So Savvy says they give, in reference to China, they give me femboys to collect and waifus to fall in love with. It's not hard to do. I can hate their government for censorship and cruelty, but love the Chinese developers. And I just called her out on this. But China hates femboys though. It's a big reason why they had to turn Bridget from Guilty Gear into a troon. She hasn't gotten back to me yet. In that regard, probably because she knows that I'm right. And want to know how I know I'm right? Because I've been paying attention to what's been going on in China for a while, and one of China's big policies is that they're banning feminine men. So, what does that mean? Hey, I don't think you're actually collecting femboys in your gotcha slop games. The Scurvy visited China confirmed. No, AC. I've just been keeping up with all the stuff they've been doing in preparation of, like, getting ready for war. There's a reason why they're banning feminine men in media. They're getting ready for war, and they can't have these young men look at someone like Bridget from Guilty Gear and think, and like, oh, I'm playing as a guy, but it's like, oh, I don't actually think I'm a girl or whatever. They're just, femboys are literally just guys who like to wear feminine clothing. That's it. They're still straight, but I mean, I will say they are pretty weird. I don't care of a trans character. Just make them appealing characters. I used to be in that line of thinking too when a few years back, but now I'm just like, I don't want trans characters, period. It's not something we should be promoting at all. Same thing with the whole non-binary thing. I made this post to one of Savvy's orbiters, Packer Girl, who, spoiler alert, I'll be making a video on. But anyways, let's get back to the original post here. China loves to tell Japanese and American developers what they can and can't do when it comes to creativity and bringing their games over to China. So I would disagree with that statement. People, it's only the average people, the lay people who consume these products that are over being told what to do with creativity. But we the consumer don't have the final say in that regard. I wouldn't make one for any reason but to have fun making characters, not out of any political motive. I get where you're coming from. Once again, I used to think the same way too, but the fact that it's in there, it's like you're taking a side and if you're not trying to take a side by having the character in there, like you are, like it is in a way a political stance. Like I know for me, for an undisclosed project, that's something I might do. Like I know I'm taking a stance, an anti-trans stance, in me saying that this is unnatural and wrong. But I think even just being neutral about it or positive, it's like I think that it is very much a left-wing kind of position to take. But anyways, next line here. Antis are constantly put in their place and ripped to shreds now. Define antis, Savvy. I don't think you do. Are we talking about... you know... I'm trying to think of a good equivalent here. I was gonna say anti-lol... I will be saying anti-lolicon. But I would say, I guess for an equivalent, so to speak, I would say anti-masculine, like, you know, the feminist type who think, you know, women should be girl bosses and, you know, just emasculate male characters whenever they write. I guess that's an equivalent. Not the perfect equivalent, but it's an equivalent. But Savvy, you need to when you're using a pretty loaded term like antis, you need to define that shit. It's unclear to me, the reader. Okay, next line. Korean and Chinese developers and artists, that's a hard sentence to read, are pushing the limits. Examples, Savvy, examples. Like I can think of... Oh, no, I don't like Loli or Shota. I don't like those. Like, I don't mind those types of characters being in there, but I have a problem when they're sexualized. That's basically my stance. That's basically my stance on the whole lolicon thing. It's like, I mean, and keep in mind, Scurvy is the type who very much likes you know, petite women, but that's the thing. Women, they got, like, you could have a short woman character, a petite woman character, but you know, I remember seeing this post, like, what is it, yesterday? It's like there's a difference between sexualizing. I'm gonna modify this quote a bit so it makes the point stronger. AC. What? That never... As I was saying. Let me gather my train of thought again. It's like there's a difference between sexualizing someone like Baiken from Guilty Gear, who's in her 20s, and sexualizing someone like Anya Folger from Spy Family. Like there is a difference in that. Like people, even the most, you know, these days I'm very much, you know, the Christian type. It's like I don't have a problem with Baiken in Guilty Gear. And besides, she's more than just TNA. Like, she's an actual character with a personality and backstory. Her massive bazongas are just like a garnish on the character. Something that kind of helps her stand out, if you catch my drift. But she's an actual character at the end of the day. She's not just there for just fan service. And even though a lot of people complain about, Strive's character design, I think, they made Biken's breasts bigger in Strive than in Exard. So there's that. But yeah, that's kind of my line, so to speak. It's like the characters have to be characters first before they are sex symbols. And them being sex symbols they need to have a personality beyond being a sex symbol. That's my stance at the end of the day. I always make the women in my books giantesses. Jeez, Rexus. I get ya. And besides, I see it the same as any fan art. A weird idea, but arguably is. Yeah, like fan art, that's a little different than like actual like official media of that property. Fan art will get pretty fucking weird. And not to say that I don't have not to say that it's like, oh, I'm okay with any fan art. I have my problems with it too. Same with fan fiction. We've listened to some of those here and read some of that shit too on the channel. But let's see. Yeah, I know you had something else to say. Dark Zero Projects. I'll read that before we continue. I don't mind. Simple as fictional characters by the end of the day. Even if I don't like it much, just don't instantly label somebody a predator. I agree. I agree with that. Like, I know for a fact that a lot of lolicons themselves, like, they're not predators. It's like they're just fans of like slice of life moe anime. That's it. Like most of the time they don't sexualize the characters. They're just like, oh, I think this character is cute, and have like a wholesome it's like a wholesome attitude that they have. I don't have a problem with those guys. Like, I know some lolicons follow me, and I follow some of them. They're not bad people. I'm not going to say that somebody who watches loli characters or loli anime is instantly a pedophile. No. That's a rather heavy accusation. But there is a caveat to that. A lot of, and this is also a little bit of irony too. A lot of the vehement anti-lolicons, right? The ones who don't understand the nuance that I just said right now. Who are like, oh my god, you're a pedophile. And they're so passionate about it, and they're like, oh, that's all they talk about. They tend to be pedophiles who, ironically, jack off to loli. I'm not joking about that. They jack off to the very thing that they hate and built an online platform around hating. It's really weird. But and then I also do recognize the pattern that like a lot of pedophiles, and this is kind of why a lot of like the quote unquote hoodweebs like have this rather bad misconception about lolicons as a whole, the whole demographic. They think that just like they notice the pattern that it's like, yeah, a lot of people who get arrested for pedophilia also jack off to loli porn. Yes, that is a recognizable pattern, and that is the case quite a few times at least. But you can't say that anybody who enjoys watching slice of life moe anime with loli or shota characters is a pedophile. And yes, I too also, yeah, they prefer the real children. They don't care for the fictional ones usually. But that's true. But more often than not, it's like they use loli stuff to basically, like, they're using loli as like as a proxy. they're using it as like a proxy to just like, oh, like no, I'm not into real children. But then later on, because they think, you know, they're really trying to, they're dealing with their urges extremely poorly. They should get some serious help if they're even thinking about having sex with children in the first place. They need to really consult. They need to really consult like a mental health professional before they do anything stupid. And if they do anything stupid, yeah, you know, the wood chipper, to the wood chipper with them. I think we talked about this before. I mentioned that the world balances itself by making some chicks shorter than 5 foot to match with the pedos. We might have, but I do think that like for the diehard pedophile, this is a pattern that I've noticed among those types of people. It's like even if they are with a woman who's like 5 foot or 4'11", they're still gonna try, like that's not enough for them. That's not enough for them. And what I've noticed is that and this is something that Alex Rosen even exposes. It's like some of these pedophiles are married. They're married to, like, you know, the shorter women. Like they still have the urges because they didn't fix whatever's wrong in their heads. But the thing is, going back to what I was saying earlier, before we get to the next line, basically the whole thing with lolicon and pedophilia, or shotacon and pedophilia too, because good lord, we have not dived down the female pedophilia rabbit hole. I don't think it's something we really can do on this channel. And I'm the type of guy who likes to push to the limits, but it's like, that's something that's probably something you might want to talk about on 4chan. And once again, I know not all shotacons are pedophiles. Yes, I know that. I'm not implying anything I'm not implying anything in that regard. But what I'm trying to get at here, it's like, you know, no. The answer to is lolicon / shotacon pedophilia? Not necessarily. And I've already provided further explanation as to why I answer with not necessarily, because most of these people are not pedophiles. I'd rather you don't, for your sake, because I want you not lose your sanity like I have. Oh, don't worry, Dark. I've lost my sanity a long time ago. Have you seen the show called I Am Shauna Ray TV series in TLC? It's a real thing. These short women can save the pedos. I've never heard of that show. Rexus has a white pill for us. Some married PDFs make sure to stop being one via rehab and therapy when his children were born, so that they won't suffer like how he did. Well, that's good. I'm glad there are some people out there like who were able to like get the help that they needed to, like, you know, because they see the, you know, now that they're a father, it's like I have to fix myself. AC, the 1,000-year-old vampire loli. That's hilarious. Anyways, let's move on to the next few lines. Actually, I got caught up in a little bit of a tangent, but I think it was a necessary one to have. Now that I made this tangent, I don't think I really need to make it into a video anymore. I'm alright with just leaving that video idea for the stream. And if somebody wants to kind of pick through it, they can. I might make mention to some of these ideas in the Packer Girl video, but consider this to be the lolicon, you know, the lolicon video. Anyways, okay. The Japanese artists have block lists based on certain flags and words. Source, I can't really think of anything, because right now I see, like, a lot of the Japanese developers are still suffering through this woke shit. Square Enix might be going under because of it. All the AI police who make false claims get shut down. Are you talking about the people who use, like, Grok to basically start and finish research? I mean, I'm actually going to be charitable here with you, Savvy. I think that's what you're referencing here. Okay, that line didn't take long to go through, because there is a trend of just, like, leftists using Grok to basically, like, say, oh, this person is wrong, but it's like, no, you're not actually addressing their argument. You're pretending you are, but you're really not. I've seen a slight return of darker fiction and people being more open about it. Well, here's the thing. By the time, if you want this shift to darker fiction to happen, guess where the pendulum needs to swing to? I'll give you a little hint. It's not the left, and it's not the center. It's actually the right. Some of the greatest pieces of media, like dark media too, were made like when the pendulum was shifted far more to the right. And that's the thing too. I too like nuanced dark stories. Like Berserk. I'm a huge fan of Berserk. And I'm very happy to, share my interest in Berserk with other people. I've met other people at the gym who I talk about Berserk with. And then also, in the past, I've talked with people about the Gungrave anime, because it's easily in my top 5 list of anime. Easily. I love it so much. So, in terms of that, maybe you should point out some stories. I really don't think it's hard for you to list some examples. You are a verified X user. You don't have to worry about no fucking character limit. You could write articles on here. Moral busybodies, all being verbally slapped back in their place brings me joy. Define moral busybody. If I'm gonna be charitable here, I'm thinking it's left-wingers. Like the left-wing moral busybody saying, oh no, you can't say that, you can't portray, oh, we could have safe edgy in our media. Like, oh, we could have, genocide and brutality and like demons and all this other shit, but it's like, that's safe edgy. But you have a problem with, like, fantasy racism. Like, those types of moral busybodies. Oh, well, we can have all this other shit, but racism? Oh, in a fantasy world? That's going too far. We can't do that. We can't be racist in a fantasy world full of different races. We can't do that. Let's see. Night Llama says, I hate the community of Berserk. Yes, I'm gonna read all your comments together, Dark Zero Projects. Yes, I hate the woke stuff, but the microtransactions, mishandling of launches, day one editions, pre-order exploitation. Yes, that's also issues that nobody seems to fucking talk about. Like, it drives me crazy. And especially for supposed champions of this stuff like Grums, which we've gone over why Grums should not be trusted on the show before. Yeah, he's not doing a very good job at championing it. Bare bones content or overuse of graphic fidelity or whatever. Yep, because these game companies are in bed with, NVIDIA. I say in general, there still is right-wing types, just not as frequently as others. And then Rexa says, I made a great video. Yes, I have seen that video. I think what would have benefited from it more is like audio, because I'm generally not really watching YouTube videos. I'm more so listening to them. But you could take my criticism if you want, or you don't have to either. That's just something I thought I'd add. I get shut down for talking of it like I'm just crazy. For me, and when it comes to like right-wing spaces of just people having problems with me with my take, and even then, it's actually further right than what they were saying. It really tells me how cucked the right is as of this current moment in history. Oh man. I was just like, I say something that's further to the right that is actually logical and not this meandering centrist libertarian nonsense of, oh, well, we can't go so... it's more like, oh, well, we can't shift too far. And it's like, oh, then you're just going to try and co-opt fiction again or whatever this bullshit that Savvy always likes to talk about on her X page. But also knowing Savvy, I've had my back and forth with her before. I actually have. I called her out on, her being dishonest and lying about Christianity and Christian beliefs, especially when it comes to the Orthodox perspective. Because honestly, she knows nothing about Orthodox Christianity, and so she was like, "Oh, you're the disingenuous one, Scurvy. See, you stop being disingenuous," because I called her disingenuous, and then I clapped back at something rather witty. Anyways, it was just like a different exchange during the whole Goonergate thing. I can do voice recordings, but I stutter and I hate my voice. People say it sounds normal, but it sounds very feminine from my perspective. Dude, I used to think the same way. I really did. Especially when I was around like 18. That's probably a reason why I stopped doing YouTube initially. And then later on, when I was like 21, that's when I started making videos again on this channel. Anyways, let's keep reading. As I said for the last year, fiction does not need regulation. Do you know what happens when creators have complete creative control over something? It tends to get very messy, and it tends to not be very orderly. Like, you need to have people who will look at the stuff you write. Like, and then you have a dialogue with your editor. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, granted, I know there are some really shitty editors out there. And so if it's like, okay, like Akira Toriyama's editors when Dragon Ball Z was still running. Basically, it's like, what's, like, they're not gonna outright say remove it, but they're gonna ask you, what's the point of this being in here? That's what they're gonna ask. They are a standards committee, after all. Editors, criticize things, but if you're mentally ill and ruining your day over something and telling artists what they can and can't draw, you need to have some agency and get off the internet. I think this okay, to be fair to you, Savvy, I think this criticism is directed towards, like, left-wingers. They tend to be the ones who do this. But I also know some of your post history, and your spurg out about, Melanie Mack, someone else who I don't really like, about the whole Goonergate thing. You were really spurging out about that. But, when it comes to the whole, you can't, like, a leftist on Twitter is no standards committee. They're just not. Don't fucking listen to them. However, one could say that also applies to, the religious right. But I think, I think the religious right's criticisms are a bit more justified, so to speak. It's like, at least in the Orthodox and Catholic perspectives, the Protestant perspectives, that's probably a reason why we're in this mess to begin with. But religious shit talking aside, basically, When it comes to a bunch of left-wing faggots saying, no, you have to make everything black, cringe, and gay, you could just tell them no. But also, at least the Christian will be like, I have a problem with this because X, Y, and Z. And then they say, or at least the Protestant perspective, once again, the Catholics and the Orthodox don't really have a problem with anime. I know some of the big-time Catholic LARPers have a problem with anime. And maybe and I have a feeling like some Orthodox monks would have a problem if you were to go to like Greece or something and you interrupt them while they're saying the Jesus prayer. They might have a problem with, with anime. But for the most part, most Catholics, most Orthodox Christians don't have a problem with anime. Some of them may not understand it, but the young, us younger Orthodox people, it's like, no, there's no problem with anime. I like some edge and grit in my games. It's one of the things why I like the 3D trilogy of Mortal Kombat in the 2000s. I too like edge and grit in my media. But the thing is, the people who really need to fuck off from the internet are leftists who can't help but bot their posts all the time. So, I guess I mostly agree with this statement, but I also disagree if you look at it through the Christian perspective. Forcing change. Define forcing change, Savvy. Co-opting IP and characters. Calling something problematic when it isn't. None of it is being tolerated. Once again, the something else with the centrist libertarian types, they could never define forced. Because if they were to define forced, then that would, like, truly define forced. Not just like, oh, DEI being shoved in everything, but it's like, but who is shoving the DEI in everything? They don't want to talk about that. They really, really don't. Where's my button?
Oy vey!
That's a hint I'm gonna give.
Oy vey!
Oy vey! That's who you know who's really pushing for all the DEI, the black cringe and gay shit. The major problem with it is that it's a broad post. Exactly, you summed it up perfectly, Dark Zero. It's a very broad fucking post that is very vague. And that's something else too that I have a criticism with centrist libertarians and also the pro lolicon side, if I'm being honest, and wrapping that around to that a little bit. They tend to be incredibly vague and just like this can be considered word salad. I have to be harsh with you, Savvy. Not like you're watching this anyways, but if you are, understand that you need to get a lot better at actually explaining what you actually mean. Like, this is X. What's the worst that's gonna happen to you? You're gonna get called a faggot? It's not that big of a deal. But anyways, let's wrap up with this last line. It brings up good things, but with no depth. That too. I found out my family on my mom's side came from the Polish of Prussia. Huh, that's interesting. Alrighty, I think we could actually pause the Radiant Silvergun music for a moment because we are gonna get back to another thing. Oh, thank you for the link, AC. Keep that safe space bullshit in the asylum. Let the fiction flow free. Once again, this doesn't really mean anything. It really doesn't. So, I guess to reiterate what you said, it's like, it's a broad post, and though it brings up good things, there's no substance to it. You're trying to cast a broad stroke on just the political spectrum as a whole, but you didn't really say anything at the end of the day, other than just like, hey, you know, the times are changing. That's literally all you said. If we don't look into, like, just beyond, if you're not dissecting it line by line like I did, that's what you're gonna get. It's like, this didn't really say anything. Ziga is an amazing final boss visually to me. Yes! Yes! Somebody else gets it! Somebody else gets the visual appeal of Radiant Silver Gun. I'm so happy about that. Let's actually scroll down a little bit. So yeah, this is just a bunch of nothing. Is there a Ricky Gervais quote? Yeah, the Dragon Ball gif. Yeah, honestly, there's nothing in the comments here. I don't know. Anyways, I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break here. I'll be back in like a minute. Just have to use a little Clementine's room. But I will resume the song. Actually, I'll play a different one. I'll play a soundtrack from Ikaruga. The chuds hood weebs. There's a saying about hood weebs. I'm definitely gonna share it with you guys. Let me just get back to the stage here. There's a saying about hood weebs. Don't fuck with those hood weebs. They have 7 terabytes of child pornography. I don't know how they. I swear those people who just have terabytes of that shit are just like they're really shitty people. I have to say, they are really shitty people. We was the anime fan, even though it was largely white and Hispanic people that made anime popular. Blacks just fucking latched onto it. Once again, if you're black in my audience, no shit against you. You guys are cool. And of course, you know, my 2 best friends who are black, they've also been lifelong anime fans. Anyways, so I'm gonna have this little nip here of rum. Woo! And also, actually, you know what? I I'm gonna grab my other can of Surfside. I'll be back in like a minute. Okay, Scurvy's back for realsies. We're back. I got my booze. Let's get to our main video of the night. New Ray's silly centrist nonsense by What the Egad. Probably are gonna turn down the video's volume and also just increase the speed. 1.5 should be good. Random question. What if the normal martial artist in Dragon Ball tried to train in the hyperbolic time chamber? That's a good question, Dark Zero. Might answer it in the after show or something. Despite my jokes about Africans, I quite like Africans, especially African accents. The accents sound pretty calming, honestly. I like them too. I just wish their country and people were better treated. I mean, the lesser fortunate. Nah, Dislocator Man has to buy 10 new cars and 10 private jets with 50 boats. Are you talking about Shekel McGoystein, Night Llama? I assume that's the case. Alrighty, let's get started.
We both agree, and I think we all agree,
We're actually going to put it
DEI
normal.
is terrible for video games.
Oh, well, let me take some notes then. This ought to be good.
It's really bad because it changed representation, which happens organically forever in the history of ever. You're gonna see it always, and you've been seeing it.
So, DEI is bad because it changed what happened organically and what has been happening forever.
You've been
This bitch is not making sense. No, you know, Egad's basically catching her in a, catching her tongue-tied. And keep in mind, New Ray is rather stupid, if I say so myself. Basically, he's basically just restating her argument, and her argument doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, what are you trying, like, okay. Yeah, things were bad because things are too diverse, but, but things need to be diverse. Sounds like the executives running entertainment and such down to the ground, but 10 times worse. She's very autistic, New Ray. Chad.
consuming fucking video games that have fucking black voice actors, black characters.
All right, black people mentioned. And we've also been consuming material that has representation in it, so Nure asks what the problem is.
Do you care? No, because they didn't make you care about it. They were just there and you didn't have to think about it.
What exactly is her problem with DEI? What has DEI done other than appropriate a word for what has already been going on?
Now,
New Ray can't define it, because if she did, she'd just sound very, very incoherent. And I think she even tries to, later on. The reason why this bitch got popular is because she has big tits and got shouted out by Asmongold. That really tells you something about his intellect. considering he was my former guild leader.
They add those people into games and they make you, be extremely aware of them. Like, they're here. They deserve to be here. If you say anything about this, you're fucking this and this and that.
So, a black person appearing in 14th, in the 1400s Bohemia, that makes sense, and he's lecturing the player character about how Mali is this paradise that treats women equally, and that it's such a high society, even though in the 1400s Mali, the people of Mali were practicing cannibalism. And also the fact that Islamic scholars were noting this and were horrified of this. Muslims being horrified by criminal acts of degeneracy, that tells you something. that should fucking tell you something. That is like, no, this is not subtle. This is not subtle. Musa Mali in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is not subtle. Like, literally, I remember, I think there was literally a, why people don't season their food line in there, too.
That's the difference between, representation and DEI infused politics in video games.
Okay, so DEI is bad because we're being made aware of it, but it's not bad when we're not made aware of it. All right? Roger that.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, people were fucking being negative about it. And calling it like everything, every name.
I swear, I think a mistake I made. I should have put Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in the fucking tags.
Under the sun and trying to boycott it, and I said, well, that's fucking retarded, because at its core, it is a good game, and people are gonna.
No, it isn't. I remember watching like Synthetic Man play it, and I just thought like. And I've also seen gameplay of the first, too, and it's like, I think that the first, even though it's not my jam, I'm very much gameplay first kind of guy, it's like it has its niche, like, and things seem, things are pretty good in the first game, according from people who played it and, all that. But it's like, oh, just go buy the slop, guys. Just go buy the slop. It's still the same Warhorse. It's still the same Warhorse Studios who made the first one, who got funding by Kickstarter to make the first one. Embracer Group has nothing to do with this. Go buy the game. Go buy the slop. That's what New Ray is telling me, at least.
Enjoy it, regardless of what you guys think. And it's always about the majority of gamers speaking up, right? It's about them choosing what's a good game and what game to spend their money on, correct? What happened?
And I tell gamers, majority of y'all have really shitty taste in games.
But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 became very successful. Avowed. Since I saw the fucking trailers, I said, hey, this is just...
So, before we continue on with this proper, I just want to have another fucking rant. Games don't need to be 20 hours long! You could have a damn good game that lasts 30 minutes, but that runtime, you will be playing for longer than 20 hours. Let's see, I know I have Steam opened, and even then, let's see. I know for Strive, I have almost 100 hours in that game. I know for Ikaruga, I have 2.3 hours. Then again, last time I played was a long time ago. I might want to stream Ikaruga sometime. It's not all that RAM intensive. Doom Eternal, 36.2 hours in that game, and that's a single player game. Gungrave Gore, 11.7 hours. That game's runtime is supposed to be about like 2-3 hours your first playthrough, but I played a lot longer than that. Let's see. I only played one playthrough of Pac-Man World. SMT is not exactly a great example. Sonic Frontiers, almost 40 hours in that, and that's from two playthroughs and one playthrough of the Final Horizon. Actually, no, I did two playthroughs of Final Horizon. the games that I typically play, and I don't even have Dolphin opened up, but typically the games that I play, it's like they have, like, you know, density. They can and will be played for longer than they're really meant to. I know for Ikaruga, I might do a whole stream where I'm just learning how to play that game again.
Is going to be a Belgar 2.0 for this reason and this reason and this reason.
I don't consider my taste the best, but even I don't have FOMO or mindlessly consume everything. Exactly. There's a lot of releases that I missed out upon because of my own choice of not wanting to partake in it. I have 40 hours in Doomslaying single player and 300 in multi. Damn, dude. Wait, Doom 2016 or Eternal? I should ask you that. Oh, I should. Ooh, how many hours do I have in Quake Champions? Oh, I have almost 200 hours in Quake Champions. I haven't played in a while, but by the time I get my gaming rig, I'm probably going to start playing again.
Reason, and I'm not particularly, like, impressed about what I'm seeing. And what happened? About didn't impress anyone.
What does that have to do with wokeness and forced representation? Is the logic here that if something is not popular, it is woke, but if it is popular, then it isn't woke?
Because Baldur's Gate 3 is popular, it means it's not woke. So Baldur's Gate 3 got Game of the Year. It's me, Geoff Keighley, and I'm going to nominate Baldur's Gate 3 for Game of the Year 2025. And the winner of the Game of the Year of 2025 is Baldur's Gate 3.
So, am I a grifter? When I'm constantly
Yes, you are. It's clear. Your motives are clear to me, chick.
standing my ground?
And what's the ground you're standing on? What's your guiding principle here? Because from my perspective, this is all entirely capricious. It's all based on a whim.
And being right every time?
No, you weren't right. You're conflating the financial success of a product with whether or not it contains some form of progressive ideology. Did Revenant Remnant make that correlation? Did he say anything at all about whether or not the financial success of a product is...
Oh, so I'll give you guys some context on what EGAT is reacting to. So it's a reaction. So EGAT is reacting to a reaction video from New Ray. And New Ray is reacting to a video from Revenant Remnant, who is rather critical of New Ray. And it has been calling her out on her bullshit. There's the context.
is directly tied to whatever ideology guides it?
And I only speak on RPGs because that's what I know and what I have the confidence and the knowledge to speak about.
Your level of confidence has zero correlation with how correct you are about whatever it is that you are talking about. See the Dunning-Kruger effect.
And before then, you were relatively...
Alrighty, guys, in case you don't know what Dunning-Kruger is, we're gonna just do a quick little search here on Brave. Dunning-Kruger effect. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect? This is just from Wikipedia, so this is where this research is going to start. Is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. Sounds like New Raid to a T.
unknown, but please...
Yeah, I was relatively unknown because I hadn't posted anything on YouTube because I wasn't
You were relatively unknown until Asmongold shouted you out, bitch!
interested enough to make anything for YouTube. And then the moment I started uploading, I went viral.
So
Rated
part of the
R for
comment
pirates. Fuck you!
Terry here has veered into how New Ray got popular on the internet in the first place. Well, the reason for this is because in late November 2024...
Oh, fucking hell, Grums. I forgot that Grums also got her popular, too. Fucking hell. Grums would never get me popular because I'm critical of him and he does not like his critics.
New Ray's content was artificially boosted by people like Mark Kern or Grums on
Raisin, how's it going? You step on snacks.
X. In addition, other personalities
My fellow
such as
monarchist.
Hypnotic and Asmongold also had
Hypnotic. I don't hate him. I don't hate Hypnotic. I'm also, I think he's kind of a lapdog for a lot of people who are not exactly the greatest when it comes to, the anti-woke sphere. I think he's very much just like his whole shtick is, and even then, I think we might have reacted to one of Hypnotic's videos before, and it's like, he does say some stuff that I agree with. Maybe not fully, but I do think that I think he does try to suck cock a little too much for certain individuals. He's very much happy to suck Grums's cock all day online, even though he's supposedly a journalist. He doesn't really do much of that. These folks are why people like me or others get called unreasonable. Like, our arguments and such are illegitimate thanks to Grums and these twits. Hey, dude, you nailed it right on the head. You nailed it 100% on the head. These people are co-opting what is supposed to be a right-wing movement. That's how it started. That's how it started, was, actual right-wingers, noticing all the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. Carl Sama. I know who Carl Sama is. He's a cool dude. But that's what I've noticed. It's like a lot of this stuff up on Sweet Baby Inc. That's where Gamergate 2.0 started. Was the Sweet Baby, because of Sweet Baby Inc. doing some very skeezy things, and also, especially later on at around the time of Akira Toriyama's rather untimely death, saying some really awful shit about Toriyama Sensei. At around January, we even watched the video from Dimitri Monroe about exactly this, about how Gamergate 2.0 started. It's been over a year now, and nothing has really been done. Actually, no, I stand corrected on that. I was wrong in saying that. Things have been done, but I don't think it's been happening fast enough compared to the original Gamergate. And even then, already we're seeing Gamergate 2.0 suffer from the same fucking problems Gamergate 1.0 did. That's because people are listening to bad actors like Grums or Short Fat Otaku. And they're taking them as actual authoritative sources on this shit. And also just people falling to, corruption because the sin of pride. Simply put, it's the sin of pride. Their channels got big. They're making money. And it's like they gotta keep this going, otherwise they won't have a job in a year. And I get that, but that kind of shit corrupts people. Gamergate 2.0 is rivaling World War I in how many stalemates there are. Absolutely, Rexus. Abso-fucking-lutely. There are a lot of stalemates, and even though there are some wins under our belts, a lot of this woke shit is still being made because, well, simply put, how these products are being, how long ago these products have been pitched to. And it's only now that these products are finally getting made. Now, I'm not going to be one to say it's like, don't buy, I'm not going to be one to say, buy Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't think you should be buying Assassin's Creed Shadows. I do think, however, that there needs to be more there needs to be more action than just not buying shit and just talking about stuff online. There needs to be more stuff than that. That's how actual movements get change done. That's what the left did. That's how they got into institutional power, is because they did more than just bitch and complain. They did a lot of covert ops. Like, you gotta learn how Marxists operate. There's a reason why they're in fucking everything now.
Had a hand in boosting her presence. So, regardless of whatever Nure wants to say about why she became popular, it was not because her content all of a sudden just became compelling because of what she was saying. No, it was...
Nah, my videos fucking suck. My streams fucking suck too. Actually, no, I actually have... What matters more is that I have fun on the streams. So, there's that. Dark Zero Project says, I say more people with any half of a brain and sense. I don't consider myself in the right or left. Not a centrist either, just politically homeless. Gotcha. Just someone who don't like his hobbies being screwed by other people. Executive, tech bro, ignorant dev, activist, or whatever. I don't like anyone messing shit up. Oh, yes, I know that Ptolemy video, Rexus. I know what you're talking about. They went Gramscian, right? Antonio Gramsci, I think that's his name. In terms of Marxist people, I'm more familiar with Foucault, Michel Foucault, and, well, Karl Marx. But I vaguely know who Gramsci is.
Because other people on social...
If you're talking about the kind of the strategy that these, that the video game, like Sweet Baby Inc. does, or the video game companies, then I think that would be it. Tell them about my book, Grapefruit. Pickle. You gotta send me a donation on Cashapp /cash ScurvyRum if you want me to do that, bitch! Don't worry, I'll talk about your book soon, Pickle.
Media boosted her visibility.
You gotta send me a few pages of that first, or maybe the first chapter, and I could do a reading of it on stream and just tell people to buy your book when it's out. Get to work!
And part of why that is ironic is because Grums himself has been having ongoing troubles figuring out which side of the culture war he has to fall on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Grums, I fucking don't like that guy for many reasons, but I would also consider him to be a fence sitter. I'm familiar with the father of communist and socialist philosophy. His name? Hegel. Yes, I know who Hegel is as well. Fucking monster, that guy. He's also Jewish.
Leading up to and following the publishing of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. One also has to wonder what favors, if any, are being exchanged between Nure and all these other personalities on social media, all in order for her to get her channel boosted. Her accent is heavy, her words are difficult to parse, and her takes are mostly brain dead. So my best guess is that the milkshakes are bringing all the boys to the yard.
What would benefit me?
Jiggle.
To go like this?
Jiggle. Yeah, she knows. She knows
On
what
Twitch
she's
and
doing.
YouTube and make money of your fucking mindless bitches. It would benefit me, but I don't want that. I want people that think.
Look at her outfit, guys. Look at her fucking outfit. The milkshakes are bringing the boys to the yard.
For themselves.
YouTube TOS thing. I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised that this video wasn't taken out for this clip alone. POV, you are my FBI agent watching me try clothes on. I wonder if my FBI agent knows, is this a femboy? No, she's an actual woman, AC. Anyways, I wouldn't be surprised if my FBI agent was watching this stream right now. Hi, Mr. FBI agent, or maybe you're, Miss FBI agent, and you're trying to get this orange straw in ya. If you're not a virgin, I don't know what to tell you. It ain't gonna work. I stopped following Dev some time ago after his Trump video. What's the final straw after the BS he goes on? Oh, don't worry, we're gonna be canceling Short Fat Otaku tonight, boys. And I wonder if Dev is still on Twitter. I think he is, and I hope that faggot sees it.
But that's just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter.
People will find the next thing
Neither
to be
does
mad
mine.
about because there's always a studio releasing a game.
We should normalize naming women trans. What? AC. Oh man. So would it be like the reverse of that green text story of that guy using like pictures of real attractive women and posting it on like trans subreddits or something like that? Would that be the reverse? I think that would be. Just telling real women that they're trans, even though they're like actual women. That's the reverse of that.
Game riddled with propaganda.
Right.
After all, the games industry is full of activists that won't hesitate to cram.
My FBI agent knows a lot about my obsession with the swastika symbol and its past. Dude, me too. I'm on a fucking watch list, but even if no amount of money from a federal agent could make me do anything violent to anyone. I'm a fucking pacifist. So even if they were to stockpile me with the weapons, like I would not do anything with them. Maybe except go to the shooting range because I wanna do that. I think that sounds a lot of fun. But no, I'm a pacifist. The Scurvy's a pacifist. So I don't really want to hurt anybody. No, I think a femboy would look cuter. I see where you're going with that, Dark Zero. I'm with you on that, too.
And their ideologies in any.
Sure.
No one ever talks about a swastika tattoo on PP. Smashing Jews women who... No, I know what you're talking about, AC. If you were to smash a Jewess and you just start acting like a Nazi, she will fall head over heels for you. That actually would work too, considering they don't believe in, the whole, they don't consider virginity to be an importance. It's like, oh, just you go after, you become somebody dangerous, and you're wearing. And they view the newtsies as somebody dangerous, or the chick views the newtsies as something dangerous, and they see an attractive white guy in a fucking SS officer uniform. The Jewess falls head over heels for the guy, even though she's not supposed to like him, but she can't help it. And she got smashed by the guy. The fuck am I even talking about right now? I'm getting drunk.
Sure. I agree with that, but you guys are just taking that. You're taking an inch and running a mile with it.
Oh yes.
What?
There's absolutely no reason not to seize
I need a crazy friend who would put my ideas into reality. That crazy friend has to be rich, AC.
victory when you start gaining ground. After all, the objective in any war is to win it. So yes, take an inch, run a mile, and trot across the entire highway if you can.
I want that swastika tattoo and Jewesses. Wow. Damn, Rexus. I didn't know you were into the Jewesses. Good luck trying to find a virgin among them. That's practically impossible.
We are in it to win it.
Because now everything that you don't like or anything that it's not straight and white, it's woke and it's DEI and we should boycott it and we shouldn't pay any money for it and we shouldn't,
Oh yes, 100%.
And that's just absolutely fucking retarded.
I agree with you, Egad. This is coming from the bisexual. Yeah, I'm tired of the gay shit in games too. I want games to be normal just like how I want the real world to be normal. Even though I'm not normal, I would rather have, like, good games, Even if I'm not quote unquote represented, because I don't give a shit about representation. I really don't. I'm like, I just want good games. And do you know what? Do you know what good games are? They're not gay. They don't have any of that shit in there.
Retarded, which I understand. You're retarded.
Oh, winning is retarded now. Roger that.
I know this.
Yes, Nure just knows this because she's super.
Better slow down there, my dude. On the ScurvyRum show, I get very drunk.
Smart and intelligent.
It only
Never
enhances
mind
my
articulating
points, too.
anything about what you believe in. Just call your opposition retarded and tell everyone you just know what you're talking about. Just trust me, bro. Very good. That's the winning format right there.
I bet you look
I
a certain
agree,
way.
Gad.
I just know the phenotype is phenotyping when it comes to you. I know this. I bet
I don't think you know what phenotype means, Chica. I don't think you do.
that your tongue is too big for your mouth. I know. It's okay.
People can tell when they're being preached to. Games can have black people, gay people, whatever, but we can all sense when it's put there for ideological reasons, and it's really tiresome. Yes, but I also can't help but notice that it's like even now, and I think other black people who are more on the base side as well have noted this too. It's like now, because games are so black, cringe, and gay, that it's like, you know, they're a black person's very presence in a game, it's like it's gonna be deemed as woke, because it's like we know who the devs behind the game are. They're liberals. Yeah, we all liked San Andreas. Unfortunately, those same devs are not around now. They can't make, you know, the Rockstar of today probably, you know, if I'm being honest, I don't think GTA 6 is going to have that great of a story compared to San Andreas or Vice City or just the entire GTA 3 trilogy. Other black people, I know I'm not Black Pickle, but I know plenty of blacks who are pretty based like myself.
Okay.
Phenotyping. Yeah, you're just ugly and that makes you wrong. Good argument.
But there's
New Ray is doing this argument of that I see so many women online just say, it's like whenever a guy disagrees with her, she will call the guy, you have small dick energy, you have a small penis, I bet you're a virgin. She's doing this kind of argument, but not directly saying that the guy who's making this video is a virgin. I have black friends. Sure, orange goy. No, I mean, I actually do. I'm still very much in contact with them.
differences. Like what you're talking about is called extremism. It's called, you know, you're
Extremism.
either with or against me. And you think and you see the world in
Chica, do you know why I have this hyper-tuned friend-enemy distinction? Do you know why I have that? I don't think she could comprehend my reasoning for why I have such a hyper-tuned friend-enemy distinction. I know you guys can. I don't think New Ray can.
black and white. You either agree with everything that I say, or you're on the opposite side.
Didn't New Ray?
Check your Discord. It's an incomplete chapter. Also a Trojan. I don't want no fucking Trojan. I'm not downloading that. Alrighty, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like a minute, and then we'll get back to the video. Okay. Scurvy is back. It's actually not a Trojan. I know, Pickle, I know. Let's get back to the video.
They also say that DEI was bad. So how is that not an extreme? How is that not a black and white assertion? In which case, what makes her the arbiter of what is or is not extreme?
Zero fucking engagement. Zero engagement on fucking X, zero engagement on YouTube, and zero engagement.
Pickle, we're not gonna read it now. First episode of Schizo Rants has 9 likes and 128 views. Can't wait to make episode 2. I'm looking forward to it.
On your fucking live streams, dude.
I did
And
like your video.
You cannot. You're in a box, and you cannot get away with that because you are an extremist now. That's how you have presented yourself to the world.
Nure is engaging with Revenant Remnant's video right now. She is giving him attention, and that will constitute a boost to his numbers and boost him in the algorithm. He can only stand to benefit from this. And she is also saying this without hindsight into the fact that the only reason she has any presence is because she was also boosted. But even for that matter, being boosted by these...
Sheffo is impersonating Cyrax. Now! 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 I need to get paid now, Nick! Like that, you know?
Other influencers has no correlation on the value of her commentary. In fact, my own channel has received a lot of attention thanks to Synthetic Man. And I should grant I seem to get more attention when I make clips wholly featuring him and not my own commentary. But I point this all out to show just how disingenuous Nure is as she conflates the engagement that she receives with her own self-worth. All set aside from the fact...
Yan, this chat is from America. Well... Oh my God. No, we're not from Israel. We're just, you know, most of us are American, though there's a few of us that are from the other parts of the world. Okay, you are terror. I'm not Jewish, my guy. Scurvy is an Greek Orthodox Christian catechumen. Way to jump to conclusions, man. ACS says America, Israel. What's the difference? That's hilarious. There is no difference at this point in American history. That's fucking hilarious. That really is hilarious. You're in the wrong place, Lefty. You're just in the wrong place, Lefty.
That hardly anyone would be giving her content a second glance had it not been for others boosting her.
What you're talking about is called...
Wait, you're Israeli? No, Rug. Pickle's not actually Israeli. He's actually part Lebanese. I'm Palestinian and I love Jewish people. You are a terrorist. I don't like Jews, man. I don't. I really don't. But I'm a terrorist because I'm an Orthodox catechumen. And my Colombian friend is trolling you right now. That's hilarious.
Oh, you know, you're either with or against me. And you think...
And Rex is speaking in runes right now.
And you see the world in black and white. You either agree with everything that I say, or
go crazy, guys.
You're on the opposite side. You are an extremist now. That's how you have presented yourself to the world.
An extremist is only extreme as the borders of the Overton window. If you lived in Germany...
Rum, not you. Is the Black Plague... No, Sheffo is Colombian. He's just messing with you. He's just messing with you. My mod is messing with you, Yan. Yeah, I know the profile picture. Oh, Sheffo is just messing with you. He sees the Palestinian flag and he's... Oh! He's calling you a neo-Nazi. fucking hilarious.
Germany in 1933, anything left or right of National Socialism was also too extreme. So saying someone else's criticism of you...
We're all... Yeah, I know Israel is faggot shit. Sheffo's Colombian. He's just messing with you. He really is just messing with you.
Is extreme is essentially the same as saying nothing at all. Not engaging with the words being said and instead shifting...
But yeah, Scurvy is pro neither, just to let you know.
Right into, this is all too extreme, is also a common tactic utilized by leftists and center-left statists who are afraid of any change to the political status quo. If anything, the fact that you're so uncomfortable in your current state and are highly critical of anyone attempting to try to maneuver...
Pickle, yeah, you might want to stop talking in Hebrew. It's getting a little suspicious here. Maybe you are my FBI agent after all. AC. Yan, if they are sick, then America should send them another $60 billion. I hope that gets them better. Pickle, you're driving viewers away. You might want to cut the crap now. Anyways.
A train of thought away from the status quo would mean that you are the one persisting within a box. In this stream, Nure boasted that she strongly adhered to her own personal beliefs.
So, am I a grifter? When I'm constantly standing my ground?
Pickle.
So then, based on that logic, why should anyone else compromise? Compromise is not how you win. This is even why the progressive movement gained so much power over the past century. The so-called conservatives continually sought compromise. And what we have learned over the past century is that when your enemies won't compromise, meanwhile you continue to compromise, you lose. All the time. Maybe
God damn it, Pickle. God damn it.
Losing isn't the path forward.
Because now everything that you don't like or anything that it's not straight and white, it's woke and it's DEI and we should boycott it and we shouldn't pay any money for it and we shouldn't, you know?
So then, following his own values, if a white dude decides postmodern culture ought to be straight and white, well, why does he have to compromise on his values? What makes his values any less superior to yours?
Zero fucking engagement. Zero engagement on fucking X, zero engagement on YouTube, and zero engagement on your fucking live streams, dude. And you're in a box and you cannot get away with that.
This is a through line that Nure presents as if it holds any correlation to being correct about what she says.
Okay. Let me kind of calm down here. That way we could actually pay attention to Egad's argument, because we still have a short fat otaku video to get to. Okay, gotta calm down. This was really funny. This whole thing was really funny. I'm glad to have you here, Yan. At the same time, I also think Sheffo trolling with you is also pretty funny. But I can't, Pickle. I swear, don't. I recommend you don't, derange too much longer. I fucking can't take more of this. Okay. Gonna get back into the proper headspace for this.
According to her, the amount of engagement and money that you receive from the content that you produce correlates with how correct you are. This is also where the grift label is coming from. What Revenant Remnant is picking up on here is a narrative hijack by someone who knows little or nothing about what she's talking about. Again, Nure owes her popularity on social media not to the fact that she has her hand on the pulse of a prevailing right-wing narrative. Rather, it is because she had her channel boosted by other influencers involved in culture war.
Damn it, Pickle. Are you Brahmin? I am actually Indian Masad LARP account SAR. completely went off the rails here, haven't we? Okay, chat, you have fun now. I'm just gonna ignore you for a little bit, and then if you say something related to what we're watching, then I'm gonna read it. You guys have fun now.
Or politics, or psychopolitics. In late 2024, surrounding the ongoing conversation about
Let's actually read this post here. Sorry to pause the video again. This is a wild one. EA is banning you if you criticize their content partners. Newray got her EA Play account suspended for a week for being critical of content creators partnered with EA. T-Hiss is an attack on free press. What? She didn't harass anyone of EA. She was critical of other content creators. Newray believes it was either Kayla Elizabeth or I don't know. I'm not going to bother to say that. She was expressing her opinion on the game, and EA apparently can't have that, even though none of her comments were posted to EA forums, but were on Twitch and YouTube. These content creators have connections at EA, and Newray believes they pulled strings to get her banned.
EA bio.
What the fuck did I just read? Grums, that didn't really make any sense. And also, you gotta have more proof than, just a screenshot. What is happening in chat right now? God damn, dude.
Aware in Dragon Age the Veilguard, Newray received a fair amount of ongoing attention, and that, in turn, fooled a lot of people into thinking that she was one of many psychopolitical cheerleaders for the anti-woke. However, now that Dragon Age the Veilguard is yesterday's problem, she has therefore been compelled to talk about the current culture war issues.
Do not find this post. I liked it ironically. I liked this post ironically. It's like, it's kind of cringe and gay, but I was like, do not fuck with gamers. We're forged by endless boss battles against impossible odds. We do not give up. We do not stop. We are the Terminators. Between what's the faggotry that's going on in chat and the faggotry that's going on in this post, oh my god. Oh, that's just hilarious. And then Newray responds, when I say we need to bring bullying back, I mean this specifically. This man sat there, carefully crafted his street proof, read it like a damn scholar, smiled at his masterpiece. You are drafted in the culture war. Is Scurvy my guy? I just told you I'm a Orthodox Christian catechumen. If we're talking about faith here, Scurvy is planning on becoming Greek Orthodox. So no, I'm not a fucking Jew. By blood, unfortunately, but that's not really, that's only just a sixth of my bloodline. Mashallah, my kafir. Okay, Pickle. Go for the Muslim arc. Go for the Muslim thing now. I want to laugh more. Scurvy, don't be anti-Semitic. Why are you here? Why are you here? This is gonna be part of Scurvy lore now, ain't it?
Channel stands to suffer in its place in the algorithm. And with
same here, Rexus. I'm also Christian. I don't know what denomination you're part of. Maybe you're Orthodox too, but a lot of us Orthodox are very anti-Semitic.
What's also been made apparent to Revenant Remnant and to myself and many others is that Newray was only correct because she happened to land on the correct side of the fence as it pertained to Dragon Age the Veilguard. And that was not hard to do. That was the way the wind was blowing. But there was no governing principle behind her landing on the correct side of the fence. For that matter, Hypnotic is the exact same way, as are so many others with
Yeah, Hypnotic, like New Ray, is just a cocksucker. Yeah, I know quite a bit about the Bible, man. It's a story of many people, whether it is the actual Jews, not the ones of today, and, you know, the different tribes of Israel, to, you know, the Greeks, the Romans, the Philippians, the Colossians, the Hebrews, you know, all the letters that the Apostle Paul sent to. Like, in general, the Bible is a you know, full of the history of many people. So there's that.
within the current libertarian centrist sphere. They are all ships without rudders. Their content is made to appeal to fence sitters and not anyone with any desire to see, much less induce, any meaningful change to the status quo. And for anyone confused as to why this is all referred to as grift, I can explain that in short detail. If an influencer in social media says things like DEI bad, forced representation is bad, etc., well,
But can't I'd add a caveat to that, EGAD. But can't define forced. Pickle. I just saw your comment. No, you might. This is might where you wanna. This is might where you wanna stop. No, none of us like Israel. None of us do. God damn it, Pickle. God damn it. Yeah, I know. I know the plight of the Palestinians, my guy. I know. But and tell you the truth, I'm pro neither. I don't really like either side, because that Holy Land belongs to the Christians. But anyways, AC says, El Sheffo, don't bunch me up with a bunch of these interest-loving, nose-person, Squidward-looking, those that complain about their cost of the hollow product, painter, hater, cancel culture, and anti-Kanye West person. I'm Team Big Booty Latina. Am I the only one sewing out over giantesses? You and your weird giantess fetish, Rexus. I suppose here at everyone at the ScurvyRum chat has their weird things that they're into. Probably aren't, at least with the whole giantess thing, they're at least women.
well, the idea is that they know what
Enjoy. You're taking Pickle's trolling way too seriously. Way too seriously, Yan. Like, you gotta see through the lines. He's only just messing with you. Even though he might say he's not, he really is. Take it from the streamer's mouth who actually knows him personally.
they're talking about, right? But no, some people will say these things because it is rhetoric, and it resonates with a prevailing side
God damn it, AC. I know who Violet Myers is, and I regret knowing who she is.
of culture war discourse, and the people that use that rhetoric want to be on the winning side, and so they are achieving popularity and financial success
How old am I? It's on my X bio. I'm 24.
based on what they say with
Wait a second. Yan. Maybe you're my FBI agent. Welcome to the show. Give me $1 million. I'm joking.
their mouths, as opposed to what they really believe in behind closed doors. And the grift often reveals itself over time when they are presented with any case
Yeah, once again, Sheffo is messing with you. He loves to do that with every new person that comes in chat.
where the prevailing narrative will run contrary to the principles they were supposed to have adopted. And
Ace! AC! What? Scurvy, I'm an FBI agent. Well, welcome to the chat! you're not very good at hiding yourself, there are ya?
And often when they are called out for their hypocrisy, they resort to the same things Nure is doing right now. I'm just staying true to myself and my beliefs, which essentially means nothing. They're going
Oh, you're here to watch me. I'm very grateful for that.
in whatever direction the wind is blowing. I should also grant that Nure is a female, and women are
Subscribe to the channel, and also feel free to send some money at Cashapp/ScurvyRum on the way too.
particularly susceptible to this kind of behavior because women, in general, are averse to any form of public confrontation or going against the grain of societal or political issues.
You obviously know and see this with BioWare, but other studios have done this as well. Or maybe you don't know since you've been on autopilot like an NPC spewing verbal sewage. But I'll enlighten you and make things easy. There's Naughty Dog, Bethesda, Larian Studios, Ubisoft, EA, and yes, Warhorse Studios too.
You're just afraid of gay people and black people. Like, they just make you insecure, dude. If you were half of the man you think you are...
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate the sub. Even though my mods and my chat gets quite chaotic, we do have fun here at the end of the day.
This wouldn't bother you.
In a roundabout way here, what Nure is doing is employing a line of argumentation referred to as the law of merited impossibility.
This is something that I really want you guys to kind of pay attention to, is the law of merited impossibility. So, if you guys don't know what that is, I'm going to give you a very, very short summary of it. So, it's the leftist cycle of... this is not happening. You know, when a right-winger points out, like, X is happening, the left-winger says, X is not happening, and then the left-winger will say, X is happening, but it's very rare, and then X is happening, but it's a good thing, and then the fourth cycle of that is, X Ladyboy. AC, god damn it. Anyways, and then the fourth part of that cycle is, it's a good thing. Accept it, you bigot. I'm Team European Women. Hey, I'm on that team too, man.
This is a fallacy I've talked about before. The way this works is that the subject denies that something is happening until one's opponent has proved that something is happening, to which the subject goes on to
Damn it, Rexus.
Say that something is actually good, and you should let it happen. Nure began talking about Revenant Remnant's video that DEI was forcing things in artificially and ruining something that was already happening organically.
DEI is terrible for video games. It's really bad because it changed representation, which happens organically forever in the history of ever. You're gonna see it always, and you've been seeing it.
And the difference between then and now was one's capacity to notice it. And that's what's bizarre about her issues with DEI. She seems content with knowing that DEI is happening, but it is the noticing that she has a problem with. But even after saying that she doesn't like DEI and wants more organic induction of diversity, she reacts to a series of clips provided by Revenant Remnant, and she proceeds to acknowledge things that Revenant Remnant hasn't even mentioned. Revenant Remnant has not specifically mentioned Yasuke here, or what is even going on in KCD2. At this point in his video, all he's done is show a series of images.
There's Naughty Dog.
Hold on. I'll be right back. You guys bicker among yourselves, and then I'll come back to see just all the funny shit that happened. Scurvy. Scurvy is a virgin pickle, you know that. Okie dokie, I'm back. I agree with you, Rexes. This chat has turned very gay. Also, what the fuck is a pog? You guys know more of this weird sex shit than I do, because I don't watch pornography. I only learned about fucking NTR because of a fucking Madam Savvy post. And that's some time I won't get back.
Bethesda, Larian Studios, Ubisoft, EA, and yes, Chica, Warhorse Studios too.
No, Scurvy does not like NTR. I find it weird and it's just cuckoldry. No, Scurvy does not watch, but looking up the terminology on Urban Dictionary. I'll tell you that much. And my goodness, I was just like, of fucking course this is just cuck shit. NTR is just fucking cuck shit. And that disgusts me to no end. Fat ass white girl. If I were to take a guess, it's supposed to be, how black men go after morbidly obese women. Is that what they mean by fat ass white girl? Chat, I agree, yeah, and I think the chat needs to be on their meds.
It is Nuray who reacts to these images before proceeding.
Oh boy. I just summarized what it is. It's cuck shit. It's the guy getting cheated on while he's asleep, I believe.
Into the "it's a good thing and you should let it happen" phase of merited impossibility. But you see, if Nuray actually believed anything about these images was organic, then her reaction would be confusion. Why are you showing these to me? Where are these from? What's going on? No. Instead, she says,
"You're just afraid of gay people and black people. Like, they just make you insecure, dude."
This all exposes the fact that she recognizes wokeness in media, but is compelled to both deny it is woke and then proceed to say it's fine when she's confronted about that denial. And moreover proceeds to call Revenant Remnant a bigot or a coward for not accepting it.
If you were half of the man...
Exactly. I also think this is just woman reasoning. in regards to, you're like... Because I see women say exactly that kind of line of reasoning. Oh, you're just afraid of X. You're just afraid of Y. But it's like, no, you're not actually engaging with the ideas that I'm saying here, which only tells me that you're intellectually incapable of actually processing them. Notice where... I know where I paused in the fucking video, AC. It's an eye workout for you guys.
You think you are,
it disgusts me too.
This wouldn't bother you.
Certainly as hell bothers me.
Essentially, this is the same thing we saw with Critical Drinker with God of War Ragnarok when he insisted that everyone just ignore the elephant in the room that was a black girl usurping the role of a Norse goddess.
A few characters with different skin tones is probably the least unusual thing you're gonna see.
The governing principle behind this fallacy is that bias is anathema. One must simultaneously acknowledge one's biases but also deny one's capacity for bigotry. Therefore, two mutually exclusive ideals are adopted, leading to the law of merited impossibility. This is not happening, it is good that it is happening, and you are a bigot for saying otherwise. You're not allowed to talk about Yas.
I think you forgot to mention something, EGAD, and that would be, so it starts out as it's not happening, it's happening but it's rare. It's happening and it's a good thing. And then it's accept this bigot. That's how Lomi is supposed to work. It's in 4 stages.
Sasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows because, oh, do black people scare you? You're not allowed to talk about how Henry of Scalise and Hans Capon have a homosexual relationship in KCD 2 because, oh, do gay people scare you? If you were a real man, this stuff shouldn't bother you, says the woman.
Are you gonna bring up how Mass Effect is woke? Because that would be the last...
Me too, man. Me too.
Nail the coffin to just show that you're just a weirdo. Like, you're just a little freak that gets, no love and gets no...
Oh, it's the other kind of woman argument. We're seeing all... Dude, guys, we're seeing all the woman arguments in this video today. You know, you have a small, like, she's, you know, you're a virgin, you have a small dick, and you have no love for your mother. And we're seeing all of that shit today, just from one woman.
External validation from the people around you, so you go seek it in the internet. You're very lonely. You're a lonely man.
It's the you said it perfectly, AC. Who hurt you?
And you're just screaming at clouds, waiting for someone to scream back at you and tell you, "Oh my God, you're so right." And it's just because you're spewing the same takes as everyone else, but you make it more boring somehow, less engaging.
Again, she is engaging with Revenant Remnant's content right now. What compelled her to watch Revenant Remnant's video if her opinion of him was so low? It doesn't help her case in the slightest to spend an hour and a half watching a video only to assert that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But to answer Nuray's question here, yes, an argument could be made that Mass Effect does contain woke elements. Just because a game was praised and was well remembered later does not mean that game contained zero woke elements. In fact, one could argue that the game is well remembered despite its woke elements, because it contains a vast amount of based elements which overshadow its woke ones.
And what EGAD means by this, I think, I would interpret this as, like, you know, the choices that you can make in Mass Effect have actual consequences, and you know, you're not going to be able, like, you can't just make Shepard gay without consequence. And that's something that the old BioWare writers at least thought about. The juice is worth the squeeze. Now get in the blender, says AC. No, Raisin. Sorry, why did I say AC? Raisin. No, Raisin. I'm not getting in the blender anytime soon. But as I was saying, at least the old writers of BioWare, it's like, yeah, they had their biases, but at least they understood how to actually write a proper Western RPG. There was actual player choice in you know, the Mass Effect games.
You're working too hard.
AC and me are the same person, so it's okay.
Former YouTuber American Krogan produced multiple videos about this very subject in the past, often referring to various pop postmodern elements as proto-woke. There was a subtle messaging. They were there, but they largely went under the radar.
Like, you think, like, this is something new. Like, you're reinventing the wheel or something like that. When we have heard all of this before, multiple times, by multiple, like different people that actually know how to market themselves. If they're gonna grift, at least they're gonna grift successfully.
So it is genuinely difficult for me to parse what exactly Nuray is trying to say through her accent here. Best I can determine is that multiple people have said this before. But what is this? Is she referring to the criticism that KCD2 is woke? And who exactly knows how to market themselves and grift successfully? And this all leads me to question why people are continuing to watch her channel if she is this bad at articulation. It really
like you said earlier, EGAD, I think it's because the milkshakes bring the boys to the yard.
really must be the milkshakes.
You say
said
people
it.
will find the next thing to get mad about, but you're literally doing the exact same.
Like, I swear, Nuray reminds me, she's just the centrist libertarian version of just, like, the women on Twitter who are like, oh my god, you have a small dick, who hurt you? Oh my god. What happened to American Krogan? I actually don't know. I don't really know who he is, if I'm being honest. I can't find him on Rumble. Maybe he's on Odyssey or BitChute. Try those places. Haha, zombie has no wrench. Empty toolbox. You don't have any wrench. The wrench squad.
Thing you criticize others for in your video. It's total hypocrisy and constantly.
How? You're doing the exact same thing finding the next thing to get mad about. But I only literally...
That's what you do, New Ray. That's what so many of these centrist libertarian content creators do. And like they just find the next woke game to get pissed off about. Now, can I say, is it rightfully so? If I'm being charitable, yes. But if I'm not being charitable, then I would say, no, you're just looking to make money, which that's what a lot of these quote-unquote anti-woke people are trying to do. Or Vimeo, can't be traumatized to find him. Can't wait to be traumatized to find him on Vimeo. A kitchen creature should not own a wrench. She needs a cleaning cloth.
We talk about RPGs. Warhammer Avowed, which I also spoke about Avowed 2 months ago.
Revenant Remnant wasn't saying the act of capitalizing on rage bait content was inherently wrong. He was saying that New Ray's criticism of it is hypocritical, and a quick once-over of her channel will tell you that yes, she is knee-deep in commentating about whatever drama is surrounding the current thing, at least as far as the RPG genre in video games is concerned. So, no, it does not matter that she selects a very specific video as an example of her not covering drama, when one can clearly see that she does utilize rage bait quite often.
I can show you where the YouTube hype train is. Right here, baby. Come here.
See, she thinks that she's caught Revenant Remnant in his own hypocrisy here, but he never said clout chasing was bad. Again, Revenant Remnant was not criticizing ragebait. He was criticizing New Ray's criticism of ragebait and the fact that she utilizes it herself.
I don't understand where the...
Yeah, and once again, you know, she's a woman. I don't think she'd exactly understand where Revenant's criticism is coming from on a intellectual level. That is a difference between the sexes. Like, you have to spell things, and like, compared to like a guy, you'd have to spell things out very plainly for a woman. Even the smartest women in the world understand that about themselves.
The point you're trying to make. Do you guys understand the point that he's trying to make?
Well, there you see, she doesn't even know what she's talking about here. She has completely lost the plot.
We talking about other people,
lost
like
the
talking
plot
about
since the
Atreus.
beginning.
Does Atreus know that you talked about him? Because I don't think you would be so happy-go-lucky if he did. I'll let him know. Don't worry about it.
I have no context for what she's talking about here. I just thought it was funny how she sounds like she's going to have to play tattletale and tell Daddy that someone is talking about them behind their back. And if you hadn't picked up on the tone of New Ray's video right now, everything comes across as very juvenile, very childlike.
Wow, that's very sexist. That's more sexist than this chat. No wonder why you're demonetized. Disavow your statement now. I apologize for nothing, AC. You should know that about me, baby. I just adopted a fucking New Rayism right there. You know, the ending the sentence with baby. Or is it more like donkey? I don't know. Either way, I apologize for nothing.
Granted, that might be funny in a different context, but here it all comes off as extremely obnoxious.
You're just mad because I get engagement and you don't. That's the bottom line of it.
No, in fact, if anything, Revenant Remnant is giving New Ray far too much credit here. He is being far too nice to her. At the very least, he is allowing for the fact that she isn't just a culture war parasite who was given a free ride by Grums.
And it's no surprise that I have more centrist takes on things, because they know that when I criticize a video game, I criticize it for objective things, because
objective? If you were objective, you would not be trying to glaze over what happens in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and say, oh, you just hate gay people. But the thing is, Henry and Hans were not gay. And as a matter of fact, you know, Daniel Vavra, he was just like, oh, you don't play as a faggot. You play, well, he doesn't say that part. But it's like, oh, you play as Henry of Skillets. He's the son of a blacksmith. He's, you play his story. Yes, there is some choice, but but these are choices that Henry would possibly make. Something like to that regard. But New Ray is just like, oh, you just hate gay people because you don't want unnecessary and rather weird gay sex scenes in what's supposed to be a historically accurate video game.
Judge video games on things that are objective, or as objective as they can be, which is, in case of RPGs, story, dialogue, voice acting, animations.
So because she is a centrist, she is objective. But not only that, she's objective.
As we established earlier on in the stream, centrists are not objective people.
Because of the things she talks about, as opposed to where her opinions even come from. You know, this might be the clearest form of self-reporting I've ever come across in the history of SlopTube. Nure isn't even trying to lie here. She truly believes that the centrist position, the fence sitter, is the same as being objective. And she thinks that being objective means having opinions about things. Because reasons. Everything about her logic is circular. This is the fundamental paradox of every centrist. The most objective position they believe they can take is to have no objectives. They don't take any sides, they sit in the middle, and somehow that makes them correct.
When in reality, being in that centrist position, no, it does not make you correct. It tells me that you don't really have any principles. You're only just saying this just so you could, A, get a rise out of people, B, make money off of both sides of the culture war, or C, you think you might have something to say, but in reality you don't. I think New Ray is a mix of all three.
You might hate
and
Kingdom
yes,
Come
she
Deliverance
is
2,
genuinely retarded.
and you might hate a lot of the fucking things they did in that game, but that doesn't make that game bad.
This is strawmanning. Revenant Remnant is not making a case for whether KCD2 was good or bad. He was insisting that Nure be consistent in recognizing that KCD2 contains many woke elements.
Correct.
Also, he has criticized me that I'm making culture war videos to monetize off of them, which is like, yeah, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like, post it on fucking what?
So
I will never ever be monetized anywhere. Like I wish controversial, edgy takes were monetizable, and also what helps grow YouTube channels. I'd love for that, but no. Unfortunately, telling the truth, even as abrasive as I am, it's like no, that does not get you monetized. And I know it doesn't get me monetized, and I think that also helps me kind of stay real with my takes, because I'm not monetized. I like monarchism, even though I'm not a monarchist, but a constitutionalist who wants this nation back to the 1789 Constitution. I'm with you there. The founding fathers were not exactly fans of democracy. Hit the like button to keep Scurvy demonetized. Yes, please do so. And then, of course, you can help me stay demonetized by donating on Cashapp /# ScurvyRum. Or take a look at my throne list. Yes, I have a throne page. Have had that for a long time now.
Okay when you can do it and benefit off of it as well.
And I don't make culture war videos either. That's true as well. It's like,
Did she just admit to making culture war videos, and then after realizing what she just said, then try to say she didn't just admit that?
he has criticized me that I'm making culture war videos to monetize off of them, which is like, yeah, what the fuck do you want me to do? Like, and I don't make culture war videos either. That's true as well. It's like,
Roger that.
that's
Roger
the thing.
that.
You're lumping me with people that hated on Veilguard for being too woke, when I hated on Veilguard for being a bad video game. Do those two things are correlated? Yes.
What?
They're correlated because, as I explained multiple times as well, when you push DEI to the front, that means that a lot of things in the game get pushed.
If you aren't getting money from this is a great way to relieve stress from inner opinions. We also give you lots of laughter. Exactly, my friend. Exactly. I like doing this as a way to relieve stress, but also just have an excuse to have something to drink and just kind of iron out some of my ideas. And who knows, I could always be wrong about something. And you guys teach me a lot too. So it's a very nice thing we have going on here.
Pushed to the bottom of the totem pole things that should be priorities, like animations, dialogue, story, character design, character fucking development. Those get pushed at the bottom of the priority list.
So it's because of prioritization. It's because they prioritize DEI, and that's the problem, not DEI itself. See, DEI is not bad, guys. It's only when you notice it.
And newsflash, this didn't start with Bellegarde. This has been going on long.
I shouldn't have said nation, but country, because this country is more of a federation. Utah has a different culture from New York. They're basically two different nations in a federation. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'd say that's correct.
Long before that game.
Why weren't you talking about it then, though? It's been only 2 years.
Okay, so Nure pauses the video right here before Revenant Remnant has finished his point. In the middle of this pause, she asks, why wasn't he talking about this topic in the past? However, when she hits the play button again...
People didn't run with it after Bellegarde. People were...
You know, it's ironic, because I'm doing the same thing that she's doing, but I'm more so focused on EGAD's thoughts here rather than Nure's. So I think it's a little different. But also, at the same time, it's like, I think when she does it, and this is what she's reacting to. Like, she's reacting to the video, and then she's like, oh my. This is why I don't really, like, I mean, it's not like I haven't done first-time reactions before, if I really don't have much time to, like, pre-watch a video for the week. Like, but at least I try to let the person finish their points. I could at least lend the person I'm reacting to courtesy with that. And sometimes, like, if I do that, it's like I'm just probably too excited to watch somebody's latest video, and it's just like, okay, what could be next? Or okay, before I let the point play out, I'm just gonna take a guess. Like, that's fine to do too, but what New Ray is doing is very much disingenuous and just like, oh, I'm not even trying to actually engage with this person.
We're calling this out since...
But it didn't get you any views.
So first it was, why weren't you talking about it? And then he immediately references that this was something that he talked about. And then her next point is, you didn't get any views. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Because the video didn't get enough views on it, well, the information just must be wrong. Foolproof assessment, New Ray. Absolutely brilliant.
What a great argument from New Ray. Oh, it's not popular. It's not popular. That means it's wrong. Do you know how many small YouTubers I've seen videos from that actually have very good arguments? I've seen quite a few. And I was like, wow, I'm very surprised. Like, this is a good video. You get a like, and I might watch the video sometime in the future on the ScurvyRum show with you guys.
Because you just recently became aware of it, doesn't mean Bellegarde was a jumping off point for the anti-woke conversation.
I never said that, though. I said that Bellegarde was such a prominent, like, example of DEI that it opened a lot of people's eyes to what was going on, and it opened a door to conversations. That's what I said. I didn't say Bellegarde is how people found out that DEI bad.
So her...
Before we let EGAD continue with his point, I'm going to say, in terms of New Ray's point, in terms of people's, like, breaking, it's not even jumping off point, it's more like their breaking point. Like, a lot of people, they join, I mean, hey, better late than never, but it's like they realize just, like, how crazy things have gotten because of just, well, Dragon Age the Veilguard. And they were just like, you know, this is fucking stupid. I'm gonna say, you know, say that I'm wrong and try to have a, you know, change of mind. And it's like, that's where they start in terms of this culture war stuff. They didn't start in the fucking they didn't start from the COVID lockdowns or stuff way before that. They were just like, yeah, they were just like, and you know, they went along with it for the longest time, the propaganda or whatnot, and then there's like, oh my god, this is just too much, and So that's their starting point. That's their breaking point. It's like they had enough. So ultimately, New Ray, I don't get the point that you're making.
Her excuse here is to say that talking about DEI opens up the field to new conversations. But what's being revealed here is that was all just lofty commentary. It's absolutely meaningless. What new conversations were opened? And who are having these conversations? And this is what I mean when I say Nure has brain-dead takes. Yeah, it sounds nice when you say, look at all the new conversations this is opening up. But if that really doesn't mean anything in the long run, then simply saying it has zero value.
While KCD2's DEI nonsense is not on the same level as Bellegarde, it still doesn't change the fact that KCD2 is woke.
Okay. Do people care though?
So she is.
Sorry, you got to interrupt you again. New Ray, can you define woke for us? Does she have an actual definition for the word woke? I'm willing to bet good money she doesn't. Or she says something like, oh, woke is a forced DEI, but then can't define forced. Once again, centrist libertarian bullshit at its finest.
Isn't even denying it now. She said okay, and she isn't even trying to argue against Revenant Remnant's assertion. And her rebuttal is to ask whether or not people care. What does that have to do with anything? To add to just how bizarre this line of thinking is, Nure proceeds to look at SteamDB charts as if comparing those charts has anything to do with whether the games listed contain woke elements. Now,
what Nure did is such a non sequitur.
Best guess here is that she assumes Revenant Remnant is promoting a go woke, go broke mentality in his commentary. But I don't believe he ever did. What Revenant Remnant was doing was simply to analyze the media in front of him and to notice there were elements within that
Orange is the new soy. What?
Were indeed woke. And now, as I pointed out before, Nure did try to pretend like she didn't know what he was talking about.
Is it because you know there's similarities between Bellegarde and KCD2 that will expose you as a hypocrite?
Where?
Shit! We was bohemians and shit.
But you have to say what the similarities are.
But that was disingenuous. Remember when he showed the clips earlier, she immediately said,
You're just afraid of gay people and black people. Like, they just make you insecure, dude. If you were half of the man you think you are, this wouldn't bother you.
But now she is acting like she doesn't know what he is talking about?
Is it because you know there's similarities between Bellegarde and KCD2 that will expose you as a hypocrite?
Where? But you have to say what the similarities are.
Roger that.
New Ray, your retardation is so strong.
Huh.
Steam charts are nothing. What are you trying to say with Steam charts? Just because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was the hot new thing of March 1st, 2025? Actually, it still kind of was. Not really now. Like, I don't think this bitch knows how Steam charts work.
Wow, but they're the same picture, chat.
Okay. I don't think I can handle much more of this. And I've listened to this video before, but actually watching it is a whole fucking different thing. But EGAD in general, very good video. It's just I'll link you guys the rest of the video, so you guys can resume where I decided to leave off. Oh, wait. Wrong. Wait, hold on. Let me just remove that. Clean it up. Okay, I think it's like, yep, and T. And just to make sure... it doesn't send you to the timestamp, but... yeah, just go to Go to 29, literally 30 minutes. Just go to 30 minutes, and that's where I'll just say resume. If you're interested, resume the video at 30 minutes. 29:54 to be exact. Alrighty. I can't handle more of this chick's retardation. We have more retardation to get to. Our regular cancellation of the night. But in the meantime, I'll be right back, and then we'll get to it. Oh boy. Oh boy, do we have quite the cancellation on us tonight. Let me just get everything ready. Okay. Also, we will find that clip as a short introduction as to who we're dealing with. We will have a short introductory clip before we play the sound bite. So this is who we're going to be canceling. Short Fat Otaku.
Short Fat Otaku! Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking weirdo. I see you in my chat, I'll fucking kill you. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking freak. You harassed my friend. I hope you die. I hope you get hit by a fucking bus. I hope you go to the doctor and you're like, doctor, I don't want to be short and fat anymore. And they say, oh, bad news. It's terminal.
He wasn't very happy with that. Llama, I bet this is Scurvy's ringtone. I wish, dude, I wish. But anyways, let's get to the boss itself, to the regular cancellation itself. Butsu Tekai is right, it's a big enemy. And Short Fat Otaku is a very big enemy, and also a very faggy enemy. What is toxic empathy? Oh, I'd love to learn from the guy who harassed Kirsha.
There's a 2019 study by Jonathan Haidt that I've used several...
And fuck it, we're just gonna speed this up. I fucking hate Dev. I'm not gonna grant him any leeway here.
several times in my videos, called Ideological Differences in the Expanse of the Moral Circle. The TLDR of the study is that political differences between left and right-leaning people are not simply due to disagreements over policy, but reflect the core psychological differences between the two, where the former's moral concern is universal, covering more groups of people but less structured, while the latter's is parochial, covering fewer groups but more structured. Basically, left-wing compassion is wide-reaching but shallow, while right-wing compassion is exclusionary but deep. This graph from the study has turned into a meme in right-wing spaces online right now. The whole
Oh, you wouldn't get why the heat graph is a meme. Let me just find something real quick before I even continue on. I know there's I think my friend William Virtue actually sent me Aiden Paladin's post. If you don't know who Aiden Paladin is, she's a lovely woman. Spoon's co-host on the Broken Crown podcast. Let's see, William Virtue. Yes, here it is. He sent it to me not too long ago. We will read Aiden Paladin's post. It's a little bit of a thread, but we will read it anyways. There's been an NPC update regarding the graph. I also hate dev as well. I was still reacting to the previous misconceptions, but I identified the new ones. I will use moral care, the study, and money, a more tangible proxy measure, interchangeably. The TLDR, subjects were given limited points/money to spend, ranging from family to all things in existence. The furthest ring one gave points to is their loci of care. All inner rings were included in the division of care given to the outermost ring. The now old meme about... Okay, we're probably going to need the Radiant Silvergun music again. Or the Ikaruga music? No, we're going to go with Wario World. Perfect, because Dev is a clown. And we're talking about memes here. Now, the old meme about the graph is that liberals only care about space rocks and not their own mothers, which is a funny but not very precise read. Hence, meme. Previously, the cope about this study was that liberals care about everything/everyone, including space rocks, but also their mothers, when it was repeatedly pointed out that placing one's limited amount of care/money into everything in existence functionally means giving no money/care to anything. The cope changed. Thus, the new cope is that liberals place the majority of their points in the inner circles and only a few in the outer ones. This is possible, but without the raw data, and I'd love to see them, a complete guess. This cope is, therefore, a bit more resilient than the prior. As such, a specific analysis was not included. Thus, everyone is left to speculate until we see evidence that liberals consistently only put a few points into the outer rings. However, we do have this regression to consider. I'm sure most of you have never seen this regression table, but it just isn't as mimetic as the graph. But let's look at it. Conservatives identified with family/nation and proportionally gave more points to all humans, while liberals loved their friends. Statistically, signal, I don't know, but weak relationship, and identified with all humanity, given there was no relationship between moral allocation to humanity versus non-human things to ideology, which means liberals' moral concern is not explicitly for space rocks, no matter how funny it is, and it does skew that way, but instead for humans who explicitly are outgroup, not friends, family, or nation. You could see the relationship between conservative ideology and love of family/nation. If it were the case that liberals only give a few points to space rocks, skewing them towards the outer circles, why are they distributing any points there? Again, we have no evidence this is the case, but let's assume it is. Why is there a consistent relationship between giving any moral concern to an asteroid and political ideology? Clearly, something is resulting in this effect, and much like with the only 1 point in the outer circle cope, is all currently hypothetical. Moreover, and more importantly, I feel given the relationship between leftism and love for all other humans, but not a unique moral allocation to either humans or non-humans, indicates that even were the case, the moral loci of leftists, as per the result of this regression, is still human outgroups over family, community, and nation. All the space rock memes aside, the most charitable interpretation of this graph is still that liberals care about people outside their family, community, and nation, and conservatives care about those within. Next time someone argues the graph with you, keep this software update and its response in mind. I gave it a like. Compa, hey, how's it going, man? What's this obsession of trying to invalidate happenings but put the word gate after it? Huh. Cope, seethe, and dilating. I see that Nikita Maeve is sending me a friend request on Discord. Since he's a commie, I'm ignoring it. Good. Anyways, we'll pause the Wario World music, and let's get back to the cancellation of Short Fat Otaku.
Whole moral circles don't lie thing. I'm sure you've seen it. These are two heat maps.
And by the way, Dev is going to completely humiliate himself on this. Literally, he is going to be saying all the things that Aiden was, like, talking about and she was trying to combat against. Because keep in mind, Aiden fucking despises Dev. Same with aristocratic utensil. They both fucking hate Dev, and rightfully so. He really is a piece of shit.
Indicating highest moral allocation by political alignment, with the various concentric circles representing distance from the individual. The inner circle, level 1, represents your immediate family. The next circle out, level 2, represents your extended family. 3, your close friends. 4, your distant friends. 5, your acquaintances. 6, anyone you've ever met. 5, all of your countrymen. 8, all people on your continent. 9, all people. 10, all mammals. 11, all animals. 12, all life on Earth. 13, aliens. 14, all life in the universe, including alien plants. 15, all things in the universe, including space rocks. And 16, the entire universe. At first glance, the heat maps appear to show that, on average, right-leaning people allocate their moral concern to those closer to them, their family and friends, while left-leaning people allocate their concern to alien life and space rocks. On the face of it, this data makes right-wingers appear normal, sane, grounded in their communities, while left-wingers appear to be disconnected from reality, having intellectualized their own sense of morality away into a never-ending abstract thought experiment.
Ah, just like you, Dev. Just like you.
In some spaces online, replying to a brain-dead progressive opinion by simply posting the graph has become a pretty common thing to do. The right-wing point
Yeah, and it's fucking hilarious.
of view is that the left has such a strong out-group preference that they will sell out those close to them, betray their own culture and morals, and destroy their own society in order to curry favor with those people who are more distant from them, who are foreigners. In essence,
But how is that wrong, Dev? Like, already you're saying that, but you're not even addressing the fact that it's like, okay, how is it wrong? Guess what? It's not. There's some specifics that Aiden pointed out, that Aiden Paladin pointed out, that takes in mind of some of the copes that leftists had in regards to the graph. But it's like, once again, how are they wrong? How are conservatives wrong on that assumption?
since the right views the left as xenophilic, and not completely without reason. It's not hard to find leftoids who say that foreign cultures, languages, and peoples are beautiful or valid, while decrying their own culture as stifling and oppressive. This naturally hooks in very well to Aristotle's view that it's the mark of a tyrant to have men of foreign extraction rather than citizens as guests.
Okay, Dev, let's actually read that quote. I've read quite a bit of Aristotle in my lifetime. It is also a habit of tyrants to prefer the company of aliens to that of citizens at a table, and in society, citizens they feel are enemies, but aliens will offer no opposition. Once again, a man wise beyond his years. And Dev is trying to say that, I think Dev, using this quote, he's trying to make Aristotle sound like a centrist, but in reality, Aristotle would very much dislike Dev for even trying to do what Dev is doing with this quote, and that's misappropriating its context.
At table and companions, feeling that citizens are hostile, but strangers make no claim against him. What Aristotle meant by this, in part anyway, was that people who all come from the same society roughly understand each other's place within it, while the foreigner has no place in society, and so he's not above or below anyone in its hierarchy. We've probably all noticed that, on average, left-wing people are more likely to excuse offenses made by foreigners that would be unforgivable coming from somebody who's actually from their country, because the
Okay, we'll actually let this play out. I think he actually got that right. Sorry for jumping into conclusions. I fucking despise Dev, so forgive me for not going at this at the most quote-unquote good faith, so to speak.
The foreigner can be excused. He didn't know any better. But you're from here. You should be educated enough to be a progressive, and so you are fully culpable for your actions. The left-wing reply to all of this is to say that the study shows that right-wingers are sociopaths, that the expanded moral consideration of the left is simply a product of their greater abilities to be empathic, and the right is simply stunted, child.
Yeah, my centrism make me immune to right-wing propaganda. You're bullying me. You're bullying me, and you're hurting me. I just did an Andrew Ditch impersonation. Go watch my latest video, too.
Selfish, territorial like a wild animal might be. They often point to differences in brain scans between left-wing and right-wing populations, where right-wingers, again on average, have larger amygdalas, making them more sensitive to threats, and more desiring of security than left-wingers, who have a lowered threat response. This is actually pretty interesting to me, because while the right decries the left as suicidally empathic, unable to recognize obvious threats in the diverse populations they hang around with, the right's heightened desire for security is not at all in line with the personality type of the risk-adverse, self-employed small businessman, whom the right tends to hold up as an example. And now...
Dev, you just completely contradicted yourself there in that sentence. You literally said the right wing doesn't like to champion, people who are risk averse because their amygdalas are more developed than left wingers. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I hope you guys see how that doesn't make any sense. He's literally saying that because right-wingers are risk-averse, because they have a developed amygdala, you know, they're going to champion small business owners who have more developed amygdalas and are risk-averse. And I agree, MGTOW Phoenix. A centrist libertarian isn't a libertarian. You're either for liberty or you aren't. And yes, Rexus, Dev is mentally retarded. He is, genuinely speaking.
Now deleted viral tweet proclaiming the moral superiority of the left due to its expanded moral consideration reads as follows. Woke is the stupidest term ever. Being woke literally just means having empathy. There's nothing bad about caring about problems that affect other people but not you. There's nothing bad about empathy. Of course, this isn't what having empathy.
Let's go back. I remember seeing this bullshit a while back. And in my mind, I was just like in my mind, this is pure fucking faggotry. And no, being woke does not mean being empathetic. Being woke means that you are a diehard indoctrinated leftist. That's what that means. Like, if you are woke. As for what woke is, it just means left-wing propaganda. That's all woke means. It's not that hard to grasp.
There's nothing bad about caring about problems that affect other people but not you. There's nothing bad about empathy. Of course, this isn't what woke means. See my video on the definition of woke for that. But even if we're talking colloquially and not...
I'm not gonna watch that, because you're probably wrong about the definition of wokeness, because Dev, I know what you truly are. You're just a cocksucker for the state. And if the state if the state says woke is this, then you're gonna be saying woke is this. But you're not able to, look past beyond the filter of, the state. This is just how a lot of these quote-unquote centrist libertarians think. They're actually just like, they're the biggest shills for the state that you could ever meet.
Politically, woke originally came from black vernacular, and it simply meant to be aware of social issues, especially with regards to race. The connection to empathy there is kind of tenuous. So, which of these two views of the heat map is the truth? Are left-wingers actually idealistic, sheltered children who have misplaced empathy for everyone and everything, and they're constantly having their feelings hurt by a cold, harsh reality? Or are right-wingers not empathetic enough, ignoring injustices or sometimes outright causing them, because their
incorrect
moral circles are so restrictive that they actually fail to recognize other people as people? Well, on the extreme...
Incorrect. You were actually right on diagnosing the problem with the left, but but you didn't even diagnose a problem when it comes to right-wingers. I have some empathy, despite my lack of humanity that I had. I want Doritos to get out of his situation. I don't want him to have a vor fetish addiction. Whoa, what the fuck? That came out of left field.
Ends of the spectrum, both of these things are true. It's not hard to find some communist who sees virtue in his own self-destruction, or some reactionary who's willing to strip away the rights of people who aren't sufficiently like him. But
hold on.
Some communist who sees virtue in his own self-destruction, or some reaction.
Dev, do you actually follow this account, and do you understand what Elijah Schaefer's point is in regards to, what he was saying? Because I follow him on Twitter. Elijah Schaefer. The reason why he says what he says is that, there's a reason why black people were imported to this country. Simply put, cheap labor. And guess who imported them? Jews. I don't think he'd ever want to talk about that, Dev. But maybe actually understand where he's coming from. Even with the fucking communists, I could see where the commie is coming from. It's just I think the commie is retarded. But anyways, let's actually read the tweet here. Elijah Schaefer declares that black people are not American because originally they were slaves. Well, turns out, American means, white person. So there's that. Or even worse, he turns into the quote-unquote centrist Vosh. Yeah, he already is Dev already is kind of like that. Just maybe not so much on the lolicon stuff, so to speak. Yeah, Scurvy, most of the stuff I used to talk about was calling out fetish addiction. I see.
who's willing to strip away the rights of people who aren't sufficiently like him. But beyond those fringes, the conversation's actually a lot more complicated. To start off with, when the rightoids cite this graph, they often get it wrong. Here's an example of what I mean. Intensity equals consideration. This means prioritization, which translates to intensity of allegiance. If one's moral allegiance
Hey, I know Hegel. She could be rather retarded at times, but I don't think she's wrong here.
is greater to a foreigner than their own family because they abstract the foreigner to represent the whole of man, that means they're willing to sacrifice familial and friendship ties in service of their moral ideal. This is actually incorrect. That is not what the study says. I don't blame people for
We could refer back to what Aiden Paladin wrote in regards to that if you guys like, but I think you guys understand what Aiden wrote. That's exact. Hegel just provided a shorthand summary of what Aiden just wrote. But how is she wrong, Dev? You didn't maybe you will explain that. Maybe you will. But I don't think you will. Because I remember seeing EGAD and Crew's reaction to, to this video in particular.
thinking that it does, though. Lots of people get this wrong. I've gotten it wrong in past videos. Sargon even kind of got it wrong in his video on the topic.
The Liberals' constituency of greatest moral concern were the preposterous categories of 12 to 15.
Though he did get it right a couple sentences later.
Liberals were more likely to weigh the moral value of outgroups and ingroups as equal, with Conservatives as the opposite.
For the people.
Where's the other part in between, Dev? You didn't even are you gonna mention the context that it was in?
People who actually contributed their answers to the study, this is what they were given. Notice that it says, please select the extent of your moral circle, meaning not the location where you place the majority of your moral concern, but rather the outer limit of your moral concern. Most people look at the heat map and think, where it's more red is where there's more moral concern. Therefore, righties place more moral concern on lower numbers than higher numbers, and lefties place more moral concern on higher numbers than lower numbers. But that's not what this study is actually measuring. The form explicitly points out.
Yeah, I don't think, Dev, do you not know how to read a heat map? Or do you not know how heat in general works? Have you not looked at, thermal vision before? The most amount of heat is the red part, not the green part, you retard.
Out that the number you select includes the numbers below it as well, meaning if you select 10, all mammals, you are also selecting 1 through 9. So when our guy here, Bugman Hegel, claims the heat map shows the left has a greater moral
our gal.
allegiance to the foreigner than his own family, that's not true. Rather, the graph shows that both the left and the right have moral consideration for their family and friends, but on average, only left-leaning people additionally have moral consideration for others outside of their own friend group.
Yeah, I mean, I know the study, but I know what it says in that study, Dev. This isn't the gotcha that you think it is. But simply put, those that are in the red area, when it comes to the conservative thing, the red area, that's where they place their importance. As for leftists, they don't really give a shit about their family, especially if you actually know any. But really, you should know some leftists, Dev, considering you are one.
Basically, the study doesn't show what you care
In all but name. You don't call yourself a leftist, but you sure as hell act and reason like one.
about most. It shows what the maximum boundary of your care is. As far as I can tell, there's nothing in the data that shows that left-leaning people care about the lower number circles less than.
How is Hegel a bug? That's just her name. She changed her name from Dark Hegel to Bugman Hegel. Whilst Dev himself is a bugman. Yes, Devin Delarico is literally a bugman. He acts like one too. Why does this feel like one of those cases someone attempts to absorb so much knowledge they became stupid? That's almost every single Dev video. That's almost every single Short Fat Otaku video. He's making it long for the sake of the YouTube algorithm.
Than the higher numbered ones. In fact, if we return to the study where the meme came from and check out figure 1, we can actually see some evidence of the opposite. This measures love of family, love of friends, and love of everyone else, based on political alignment. The red line represents love of family, and yes, on average, the more right-wing you are, the more you love your family. The left scored a little bit lower, for reasons that I think are interesting, but are a topic of another video. Just as predictably, on the blue line.
I don't think you're reading this figure right, Dev. I don't think you are.
The love of all other people. The right scored lower while the left scored higher. No surprises there either. However, the green line, love of friends, it's actually pretty close all the way through. Center right scores the lowest, with center and center left being slightly higher, far right being slightly higher than that, and far left being slightly higher still. If the heat map meme were accurate as the right wing uses it, it would show.
Dev, once again, I don't think you're reading that chart right. Also, I don't think that's the most accurate way to analyze this either. I think this graph is rather confusing, and I think it's rather... I will say, I don't exactly understand what it's saying. It's a line, but it's not a very clear display of what's actually being said. But I especially think Dev is just really reaching here. Like, okay, if I were to give my thoughts on this, just looking at this, it's like, yes, the more conservative one person is, they tend to care about their family a lot more. Meanwhile, and the same thing. Meanwhile, if they're if they're liberal, they tend to care more about the outgroup. But I think there's better ways to display that data, and the heat graph meme is the best way they did that. This is figure 1 is just very confusing. I suppose, to be fair, this isn't like some of the ear grape we've been exposed to in the past on this channel, but not by much. When I say that I'm talking about some of the fan fiction you read, maybe we should try to find something on Wattpad for you guys tonight. I was gonna do Doomer Hour again, but turns out I don't really have much to talk about. It's actually kind of good things happening in Scurvy's life, so maybe we will read a cursed fan fiction for the bonus segment. How does that sound?
That they prefer their friends more than the left does, and the data just doesn't bear that out. However, the larger moral...
Well, my mom described my spiritual animal as a tarantula. That means bugmen must fear me. How ironic, knowing my arachnophobia. And raisin with the emoji.
circle doesn't simply mean that left-leaning people are just better at empathy or morality or something, that they somehow have this wider capacity to care about others, or a deeper well of consideration to draw from, though some people on the left have taken to interpreting the data that way. The left-wing response to the right-wing view that lefties simply love foreigners and hate their families and their culture and themselves is to say that moral concern is not a zero-sum game. It's their view that people don't just run out of empathy or something. For example, you don't love your children less because you love your husband or wife more, and you don't suddenly have extra love to hand around because you had a falling out with a friend or something. Rather, each individual has a separate and independent level of concern that you allocate to. This position was expressed most concretely by the Slate Star Codex guy, who said, "I went on a walk and saw a child drowning in the river. I was going to jump in and save him when someone reminded me that I really should care about family members more than strangers. So I let him drown," which of course was replied to by posting more heat map.
Man. It's like, unless that was some kind of satire or something, I don't think it was. I think it was just the guy just trying to get an own on right-leaning individuals. But in reality, it's like, there's a reason why the heat map memes work. Even though they're memes, and we went over the reason, some of the update in regards to the programming. So it's time for the inner ear extraction. Got it.
Memes, rather than actually grappling with his objection. Memes are funny, but they're not answers to real questions, so let's actually consider it. Going back to the original study again, right after the heat map, which is labeled as figure 5, but is study 3A in the text, you can find this passage. One caveat to study 3A is that we constrain the number of units the participants could assign to each group, forcing them to distribute moral concern in a zero-sum fashion, meaning the more concern they allocate to one circle, the less they allocate to another. To examine whether a similar pattern would emerge without this constraint, we conducted study 3B to test whether the effect would replicate using unlimited units, even when their allocations were not constrained.
Okay, Dev. Okay. You know what? I'm fucking bored. Like, I already went over this with Aiden Paladin's pose, and she actually knows what she's talking about because she knows how to read studies like this. Dev, on the other hand, does not. And so already I'm getting very annoyed at this, and and once again, I don't know how EGAT and crew were able to watch this whole fucking thing, but just seeing just all the inaccuracies he's made thus far, it's like, my God, it's like, of course, Dev is going to be incorrect about this, and he doesn't understand what he's talking about. But ultimately, the reason why Dev, aka Short Fat Otaku, is canceled tonight is, well, 1, he's a faggot, 2, he's a retard, and 3, actually, no, we're going to be going past 3. 3, he harassed Kirsha Verstal, a fellow VTuber. And, Kirsha wrote like a 300-page documentary about all this bullshit that Dev has done. Also, there's a damn good Kiwi Farms thread on if you're interested in looking at just all the shit that he's done. And then also, he's very poor at reasoning and just reading studies in general. So I still can't believe Andy Pants recommend. I still can't believe Andy Pants Gaming recommended Short Fat Otaku to his right-wing Christian fan base. Lord Almighty, what the fuck did you do, Andy? Anyways, I'm gonna try and find a cursed fan fiction for you guys. All right, we haven't read one in a while, so I'm gonna go scrounge through the depths of Wattpad. Actually, first, let me check my Twitter notifications. Just missed it. Watching it now. Oh, well, welcome, Dongus Khan. Dongus Cock 3. I see. That's how you say your name. Anyways, we're gonna find. We did the regular cancellation. We're gonna go to the. We're gonna go to the depths of Wattpad to find something. We're gonna try and find something short. What to find? What's been on my mind as of late? Anyone who endorsed the FBI's handling of Ruby Ridge is not a libertarian. Yes, I forgot to mention the Ruby Ridge shit. You know, instead of going to Wattpad, let's go to Kiwi Farms. Let's go to Kiwi Farms, shall we? So just give me a moment, and we'll actually look through Short Fat Otaku's page. So cancellation is still going. Short Fat Otaku. Now, of course, where is he? Devin Del Vecchio. Where the hell is he? I'm just gonna take a look at the thread, just to make sure that there's no doxing information in here. Probably is, but I think. And no, we're not looking at anything NSFW. And also, okay. Yeah, there's no doxing information in the original post. So that's good. That's good. Kiwi Farms is kind of based. No, Kiwi Farms is very based. We are going to put on some music, though. And we're going to read through this post. It's going to be the after show segment. So, Devin Del Vecchio, Dev, Short Fat Otaku, at Sleepy Devo on X, Degenerate Loser, Honorary White Knight for Lilith Lovett, a Troon. No, I'm not going to dox anybody. That's a crime, AC. Constantly at odds with his own viewers for being a centrist. A centrist? No, more like being a statist. I'm a bitter 7th-rate wannabe YouTuber. Alrighty. Devin Del Vecchio, better known online as Short Fat Otaku, is a pretty boring weeb in his 30s, or at least that's how he likes to describe himself. Outside of his mundane self-description, Devin has shown himself to be a total loser, an open degenerate, a slimy, petty coward when it comes to his online feuds and others. Okay, hold on. I gotta grab me some water real quick. I'm dying of thirst. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Model glitched out. Okay. Zombie bomb. I don't get how saying someone who is or where they live is a crime. I feel like that didn't used to be a crime. Specific address. It's the specific address. Saying like a city where somebody lives isn't necessarily a crime, but like they're actually saying where like the address, zip code, all that is a crime. Self-admitted white knight thinks he's logical. One of these things doesn't belong here. Centrist status, what's the difference? They're both for the status quo. Scurvy is off getting to get a glass of orange juice. It used to only be if the doxing led to harm, it was a crime, zombie bomb. Now it's just a full blanket crime. So orange is a cannibal raisin? Anyways, let's get back to the thread. Sorry for the wait. They attacked gamers. Like many of these threads about internet famous cows, Dev's humble beginnings can be traced back to his involvement in #Gamergate, having started his SFO channel over 10 years ago. Devin would mainly upload some uninteresting pop culture reviews and vlogs, starring himself and some friends. That was until a few years later when the Gamer Nation was under attack. Rather than let those game journos get away with this injustice, Dev shifted his channel's focus in an attempt to fight back against these feminists and SJWs terrorizing the West. Video unavailable. Followed by his channel's dramatic shift in content. Let's take a look. Bop. Bop bop. This kicked off his desire to do YouTube as a full-time gig where he'd discuss controversial topics involving both politics and pop culture. This has also led to him meeting and befriending large creators on the platform like Sargon and Akkad, along with other skeptics. I'm finally doing SFO Opinions, my supplementary video series to Indefensible. Honestly, YouTube is the job I want to do. I have no problem with cracking my skull against a brick wall for a decade in order to make it happen. Like many other YouTubers, he'd eventually open his own Patreon, which hasn't been updated in nearly 3 years. Oh boy. When it comes to Patreon, it's like if people are contributing money to you, you are required to provide with updates. He wants to delete his account due to his disdain for the company's policies and stances, yet he can't afford to stop receiving $116 a month from the 42 suckers fans that support him there. He would much rather be banned by the platform itself, which is a pretty bitch move for somebody who actively wants nothing to do with the platform they outright oppose. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's
What the hell is this?
I don't understand your logic here, Dev. Just like with your video before, which I'm not going to watch anytime soon. It was bad enough that I had to fucking click on a short fat otaku video for the stream. This thing was involved in Gamergate? Now I know why GG has such a bad image. Oh, there was like a bunch of bad actors involved in Gamergate that were just using the whole thing to grift. Patreon hasn't been updated in 3 years. Patreon vampire. No wonder why he sucks so much. He also wants to suck Troon cock as well, so there's that. My goodbye from Patreon. And then he's just bitching about Patreon on his Patreon! And he's still getting money on Patreon! And he's just bitching about Patreon. Oh my god. Unfortunately, despite his newfound ties to these popular, like-minded creators, Dev would pretty much remain a very minor character coming out of Gamergate. The only semi-relevant thing he'd been known for was his supposed LARP as a disabled lesbian.
What the hell is this?
Going by the alias Camera Lady, who is known for sexually harassing women on Twitter. The rumor turned out to be partially false, as Camera Lady was in fact a real person associated with Short Fat Otaku, having refused to prove who she was whenever confronted. In that regard, it's fair to see why many people believe Dev was behind the account, although that's not to say that Dev himself hasn't acted like a degenerate weirdo in public. Let's see. SFO used to maintain an account called Camera Lady during Gamergate, where he pretended to be a cute, chubby lesbian who would flirt with other girls in Gamergate. Where people got suspicious that Camera Lady wasn't actually a woman, they asked her to prove it and talk on stream. She refused, claiming she's mute. Basically, he's a creepy Jew who pretended to be a lesbian creep on women in Gamergate. That's a commonality with Dev these days. Like, not just going after women, he's going after troons too. Like Lilith Lovett, that retard. Like, I'm not joking about that either. He is very much a sex pest, and he will do anything to get a nut inside a woman, especially if that woman ain't his girlfriend. Sorry, I forgot to close the door. Anyways, we would be finding out more. We would be finding out more about his gay porn career. Nobody's stopping you, but it's obvious you're more interested in defending Short Fat Otaku's honor than digging yourself. This TBH, get the fuck out, Devin, and go back to pretend to be an autistic lesbian or some dumb shit. Oh my goodness. Oy vey! So he's creeping on women as a lesbian. That reminds me of Chris Chan. He's been pretending to be a troon for a long time now. Oh wait, he is a troon, but you know, it's such a mess. Chris Chan's such a mess. He really is. Let's see. I've had less sex than I wanted, but more than people generally expect, which is fucking 0. Still a virgin. Taking it in the pooper doesn't count, Miss Trap. At least use the penis once. The hell? Is he talking to like a femboy or something? Because it's not anal unless a foot of your intestine is... What kind of fucking porn do you watch, Dev? Wow, that's vile. That's vile. Still want to suck that dick. I'm not an old man, though.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
What the hell is this?
What the hell, dude? It's very hard to exclude trans people when you also fuck them.
Broke it down!
I got a vasectomy. It makes, OMG, we got accidentally pregnant situation so much easier. Did you really? That's smart, but finding someone that's willing to do one on someone with no kids is a pain. I'm 31. It's a lot easier at my old ass age. I don't want minorities to go anywhere. How else would I get the chance to sleep with non-white girls in traps? What?
What the hell is this?
I wish Naomi would respect my decision. That's his girlfriend. That's his girlfriend's name, Naomi. And yes, she's actually a woman. Oh god, did we actually find something that's gross? I think we did. I think we did. One plus side. Oh, this is to that Lilith troon. One plus side to smoking weed is that my voice might finally age so I'll no longer sound like a fucking lolly in recording. Keep the lolly voice. Lolicons, god damn it. Lolita is the best. I actually ordered a...
What the hell is this?
Gross! He also made some videos on thought-provoking topics as is it possible to be a moral pedophile? His channel's most popular video is about Total Biscuit and Co. being asked, are traps gay at a public convention? Q&A. The video currently sits at around 9,200,000 views. The pugnacious coward. You don't want to hear this, Rex. This is too fucking bad. Everything prior has acted. I'm cringing with you guys too, Rexus. Don't worry. Everything prior has acted as some light, albeit most superfluously, background info on who Devin is. Now, for the actual meat and potatoes of the thread. As per the man's own request. He actually has an account on Kiwi Farms, guys. If you're going to do a thread on me, put things in it that I'm actually doing, not what you hope I'm doing. Internet drama amongst online communities, and will always be inevitable, like clockwork. It only takes a small squabble to later be blown out of proportion. Devin is clearly no stranger to any of this. I've come to realize that in remaining friends with 100% of people I met during Gamergate, my friends are also enemies with each other. I think there's some people out there who don't like me, but there's nobody that I don't like. I agree. I agree, Phoenix. Oh boy. Contrary to the sentiment he held years prior, the past year has resulted in an online feud between him and Shionhead. She's a whore in herself. Aside from mostly lurking on the farms, but much of Devin's activities have been devoted on shitting on June in her thread. She absolutely has. I think she's trying to play everybody. She told me privately that she has done enough reading to truly understand socialism, and therefore she doesn't know if she is one or not. How many of her public statements does that contradict? At least 3? Okay, let's see. I'm absolutely certain that she lurks this thread. That's a projection, Dev. You lurk your fucking thread. She immediately stopped talking to me after I posted it in here. The first time, like within a half hour. Lol. She reads every comment on her videos and every tweet about her online. She never comments, but she reads it all. Yes. Are you really short fat otaku? You should get verified like Kraut. But if she reads Kiwi Farms, why doesn't she clean her room after the first leaks? At least the very least take pictures in a separate room if need be. Just don't look scruffy as fuck. Yes, tried, but it didn't take. It's okay though, and it's because she's a depressive mess who has not been able to get her life together since Greg dumped her. My friends are all enemies with each other, and hopefully they all hate you. Yes, they do all hate Dev. All his enemies do hate him. Rightfully so. They all read his thread. Aiden Paladin, Aristocratic Utensil, they very much do like to browse the Kiwi Farms. Those are his 2 main ones, I'd say. Aiden, Spoon, and Kirsha. Yeah, I'd say that. And because Dev made an enemy of Kirsha, she also made an enemy of the entirety of FaZe Connect. Not a good look on you, Dev. Let's take a look. Well, I could confirm what I could confirm is that after the breakup with Greg, she moved in with her parents and is struggling with multiple things. most prominently a case of terminally online. She spends a good chunk of her day literally scrolling Twitter and in Discord chats. And that sounds like you, Dev! Also kind of sounds like me too, but at least I also do other things aside from that. That's a fancy way to say she's a NEET. Living with her parents is the least of her problems. That's another kind of thread. It reached a point where Devin was hanging out in June's Discord server just to fuck with her. Sure, Fat Otaku is in my Discord server, and it makes me not want to fucking go there. I feel so bad for all of them. But like, this dude is getting weird, and just sitting in my Discord server that you have to pay for. I'm dreading talking to him again. I need to tell my mods to kick him or something, or I'll do it myself. I don't know. I miss them, but I also don't want to face this man. Them to face this man. Jesus Christ, Dev. Banned from being sold. Wow. Wow. Unironically, I idled there for like 6 months, talked to other users occasionally, did nothing else. She opened it to the public during the lockdown. And since people were canceling their Patreon donations to her, this is the whole he is paying to be in there thing was never actually true. After I began to publicly criticize her on Twitter, simply idling in her Discord, not saying anything got under her skin. He's made it a habit to dunk on Shub for how her life is a total mess, while he himself is a very well-adjusted individual and is mostly happy with how his life is going. Keep this point in mind for later, guys. Yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to the rest of this thread. Thanks a lot, man. My life is pretty normal. GF, we rent a house together, I garden, repair broken electronics, play classic video. I have a pretty fulfilling offline life. Friends and hobbies. Boring normie shit. I don't consider myself an online personality, but lots of people I talk to say that 90k subs is around the point where I should start. I'm not gonna though. I don't want to be idolized. Yes, you do, Dev. People do worship your word. Sadly. I'm no better than anyone who watches me. No, you are quite the egotistical faggot. I'll tell you that much. I'll make some new content soon. While this drama with June pushed Dev to be more active on the farms, his incessant white knighting for his friend Lilith Lovett, we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go to Francesco's thread. Earned him his own thread, initially to contain his off-topic replies. His reply to the additional drag queen storytime can be found in the OP, along with some other replies moved to the new thread. No, we're not gonna read that, because it would be very, very, a little bit too disturbing. After receiving his own thread, Devin would gloat about how Noel was ass mad, and that he was totally pwning Kiwi Farms by being an annoying deviant. You actually do not want to piss off Noel. That is not a good idea. Just gonna take a sip of water. My voice is getting a little tired. There we go. If you couldn't tell by now, Devin has a tendency to default to one of 3 tactics when faced with any kind of criticism or ridicule. Mention how he's a totally boring loser who's got nothing to lose, downplay an issue significantly, or fail to address what's being put forth. You mad, bro? Can't handle a bit of trolling? Anyone who worships this level of psychosis and discussing things will also fall into the pit of psychosis. 100%, Phoenix. 100%. There's no better explanation than a short-lived spat with Mr. Medicare. Oh, wow. Your eyes are getting tired because they're seeing too much garbage. No, I love reading the Kiwi Farms. I love reading that website. I learned so much about so many of my favorite internet personalities. By favorite, I mean some really shitty people. During the time where internet blood sports was alive and well, Dev would put out a video talking about Jean-Francois Garepi. I don't know how to say that last name. Garepi? Being a cow. He and a couple others urged Jim to make his own video on JF as Jean-Francois, as they felt that Jean-Francois totally deserved to be ridiculed. Instead, Jim told them to fuck off, and he was never going to make the video. This would lead Dev and his co-host Scrump Monkey doing a live stream about Jim, where they invited a former Medicare associate to confirm certain facts about Jim's past. The nearly 2-hour stream was filled with petty jabs, copious amount of salt, and some really pathetic attempts to wave around Jim's supposed docs. Some of the points in the stream, such as how Jim was this boomer groomer that liked to hang out with young boys online, were used in Sargon's infamous "Hello, Jim" dumpster fire of a stream. So false allegations. I love it when people, parrot those. That's lovely. Towards the end, God damn it. Towards the end, Dev claimed that they were totally not afraid to invite Jim onto a stream for some banter. Even looked forward to the opportunity to speak with the man himself. As people began to discover Short Fat Otaku's petty attack against Jim on sites like Cow, that would be lolcow.farm, that's their main board. Devin actively, that's actually the site I used to find lolcow information when Kiwi Farms was going through its, Keppels' bullshit, Lucas. Dev actually responded to some of the commenters, saying how they were all totally ass mad and that blowing up Jim was some kind of clever trolling act. I'm glad this thing is in fact isn't a libertarian. We don't want him. Hey, good on you, Phoenix. I don't think any libertarian, left or right wing, really wants him. But yes, he undeniably is the worst person I've been talking about tonight. So, Heel versus, the other centrist libertarians I talked about, as New Ray, as said some correct things in the past. Doesn't seem like he's really doing that now. New Ray is just a retard. And Dev is a horrible fucking monster. Still no concrete proof. Be my personal army, Cow. The collective individualist is disappointed in you, Devin. He's now trip-fagging on full chan Cow right now, saying he won't stream Friday because, lol, I was just trolling him, and I'm not totally bitching out. Haha. It's more funny if I bitch out because it definitely makes Jim mad. Upvote if I'm right, my fellow Redditors. I mean, cowboys, lol. Disgusting. Oh, boy. Dev is ontologically evil. That's correct, Rexus. Unsurprisingly, despite Jim's insistence trying at something scheduled, Dev continued to make excuses and kept backing out, choosing instead to play his Nintendo games. Jim joined Ralph's show to respond to the stream, while also calling out the gang for acting like a bunch of pussies, throwing stones from their glass houses. Eventually, Dev did come onto Ralph's show, while Jim, Naked Ape, and V were— Oh, V! Wow, I had no idea V was on the Ralph Retort show. Though honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on with V. He's also a bit of the centrist libertarian type. Not really. If anything, I think he just needs to get his head out of his ass in regards to like anything anime related, and actually listen to his detractors. There's a reason why V also has a thread on Kiwi Farms. I could see why, after the whole Goonergate fiasco. Where was I? V had tried to play devil's advocate on behalf of Dev, while Dev himself was playing dumb and acted like he did nothing wrong, all because no docs was dropped and Jim wasn't intimidated by Dev's weak threat. Dev had very little to say in response to Jim calling him a slimy, spineless coward. By the end of Jim's berating, Dev felt the need to apologize to Jim for initially offering an invite to their stream in the first place. And we're not going to watch the video because that would be too long. Most recently, he had a falling out with his good pal and now former co-host, Scrump. Dev had put out a video clarifying the situation while also sharing some of the messages Scrump sent him. And we're not going to be going through that. Whew. Some of his messages, despite Dev's denial, give some insight into Dev's personal life as being an incompetent man-child with little aspirations and a reluctance to take his life seriously. This runs contrary to the aforementioned point he's made about being a very well-adjusted individual, given his personal failings. However, do take some of the info from Scrump with a massive grain of salt, as the above messages were all sent to Devon publicly out of spite, and they're also coming from a guy whose 2 ex-girlfriends are supposedly now dating each other. What the fuck?
What the hell is this?
Okay, looks... Oh, of course! Of fucking course! The first person to reply to the thread is Dev himself! Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm not romantically invested in Lilith. We're just friends. The reason why I pose... No, Dev, you want to fuck Lilith in his asshole. You are a pervert like that. Keep in mind, I fucking despise Lilith, love it. I fucking hate that guy. You want Troon Bunghole. That's what you want. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Alrighty. Holy shit. That was a thread, boys. That was quite the original. That was quite the OP. Holy fucking shit. Is Dev a monster? Is he a monster? Whew. My god. But let me restate the reason why Dev is canceled. Actually, I don't need to. I think the Kiwi Farm summarized it well enough. Whew. I don't know what to think. I read the thread before, just kind of glazing through it. Didn't really fully read through it. But my goodness. Oh my goodness. This whole stream was quite a lot, but I had a lot of fun, you know? It was great to talk to you guys again. This time, I'm not going to be taking a month off from streaming. I'm just going to be taking the week off. There will be a new video from me next Friday in regards to talking about gay marriage and how it's not actually marriage. All fun, very fun topics or whatnot. I think I'll just write my Pappy story more. Midnight Angel with Giant Sword, here I come to write. Well, I wish you luck on your endeavor, Rexus. But next week, I'm going to have a video out, and then I'm probably going to have another stream, April the 11th. Oh, wait. So, I will be streaming Wednesday. I will be streaming on Wednesday very early. I'll be streaming at like 8:30 my time zone. Sam Fisher, 07, how are you? You came in late. You're actually around. I'm actually just about to end the stream, but I'm gonna tell you, I will be streaming next Wednesday, but not next Friday. I'll be taking so it'll be a special episode of the ScurvyRum show dedicated to the Switch 2 showcase. Then I will have a video out next Friday, and then the week after that will be another regular episode of the ScurvyRum show. That's what I have so far. The semester is starting to wrap up for me, and so I'm going to be a bit more busy until, let's see, around the start of May. I think like the second week of May. That's when I'll have everything wrapped up. And then I have a pretty lengthy period between that and summer classes. Though I think my summer class thing is going to be just like how I treated my winter class schedule. Probably going to take them a little bit more seriously than I did my winter classes. But that's very much long-term planning ahead. But for the next immediate week, I will be streaming on Wednesday morning. So I'm going to be up. I'm going to be all hyper, all spurgy, as I like to be, talking about Nintendo games. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see me spurg out like I've never spurged out before. Then I'm going to have a video out on Friday, and then the week after that, it's just going to be a regular old ScurvyRum show. But anyways, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I do want to give you guys someone else to watch. So I'm just going to see. So let me just see who else is streaming, and I could send you guys over to that one. We have, let's see, Hypnotic, Pippa, Christian Anime Podcast, What the Egad. Let's see, what's podcasts on? Okay, let's see. Oh, that's actually rather interesting. Though I think I'm gonna send you guys to EGAD stream. Yeah, I'll send you guys to EGAD stream. So go over there, and I'll join with you guys. I'll catch you guys later.